House will come to order. All members, Mr. Clerk, if you'll ring the bell, we'll get this House to come to order and we'll get started. House will come to order. I'm going to ask the clerk to read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions. Mr. Clerk.
Honoring the life and memory of Marie Lewis Garrett. Honoring the life and legacy of Trooper Chase Winston Redner. Congratulating the Lambert High School economics team for winning the 2024 World Economics Cup. Recognizing April 6, 2025 as the Georgia Cup Day and celebrating the Georgia Cup's 28th anniversary. Honoring Melissa Montgomery. Congratulating the Holy Innocents Episcopal School girls and boys basketball teams for winning the 2025 GHSA Class A 3A Private State Championship. Recognizing and commending Mr. Robert Carnaroni upon his retirement as principal of North Forsyth High School. Congratulating the Creekside High School girls basketball team for winning the 2025 GHSA Class 4A State Basketball Championship. Recognizing and commending Samantha Patton. Commending Jade Thomas, one of the 10 finalists for the 2026 Georgia Teacher of the Year. Recognizing and commending Artemis Eaton on winning the Wrestling State Championship. Recognizing and commending Jackson Moffitt on winning the 2025 GHSA Class 4A State Wrestling Championship. Recognizing and commending Logan Otteson on winning the 2024 Gymnastics State Championship. Recognizing and commending Emmanuel Pitts on winning the 2025 GHSA Class 4A State Diving Championship. Congratulating the Denmark High School Boys Cross Country Team for winning the 2024 GHSA Class 6A State Cross Country Championship. Recognizing and commending Owen Cooper winning the 50 and 100 Freestyle State Championships. Recognizing July 2025 as American History Month. Recognizing and commending Bill Hembry. Commending the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Recognizing and commending Monique LaShawn Jackson. Honoring Lydia Hallmark. And recognizing and commending McKenna Farms Therapy Services. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? Hearing none, the resolutions are adopted. Members, we'll get started back on the rules calendar. We'll get the rules calendar going. House will come to order. We have follow up on some business that we started this morning. Chairman Hatchett is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House insists on its position and appoint a conference committee to House Bill 68.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 68 to be entitled, an act to make and provide appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026.
Is there objection? Hearing none, the House has insisted on its position to House Bill 68. I'm going to appoint a committee on conference now. They will be Representative Jones of the 42nd, the pro tem of this House, Representative Elstration of the 104th, the leader of this House, Majority Leader, and of course Chairman Hatchett with the 155th House District as a committee of conference on House Bill 68. We have insisted members, a local calendar, the supplemental local calendar is headed to your desk right now. We'll take it up before we move on to other legislation. Okay, members. We're going to move on to the rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, will you read the captions to Senate Bill 1, number 1, Senate Bill 1?
Senate Bill 1 by Senator Dalzell, the 27th and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia intended relating to education so as to provide generally for the competitively fair and safe student participation in middle school, high school, and collegiate sports. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
If you have some extra conversations, I hope you will be willing to take them to the ante room if they're that important so you can hear each other. We're going to have order in here. Members will deserve to be heard on this important piece of legislation. If you don't want to hear it, take it to one of those other places or out the front door. Representative Bonner is recognized to speak to SB 1. Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to present Senate Bill 1. Senate Bill 1 represents years of work by members of this House and the Senate, intense scrutiny by a Senate study committee led by Senator Dolezal, and hours of testimony and debate in both chambers. It is a narrowly tailored, common sense bill that achieves the goal of maintaining fairness in female athletics by eliminating the potential for male advantage and protects female spaces during sporting events. Senate Bill 1 incorporates many of the provisions of House Bill 267 we passed just a few weeks ago. And Mr. Speaker, I will keep my presentation brief by highlighting just a few of the similarities and differences. First, Senate Bill 1 incorporates the naming convention we adopted with the title of the Riley-Gaines Act. In fact, we entertained briefly changing the name to the Gavin Newsom Act, following the Governor of California's recent support of keeping biological males out of girls' sports. The bill includes a more comprehensive definition of sleeping quarters, found on lines 86 through 89. And then Senate Bill 1 removes the language regarding birth certificates, but maintains the language we adopted regarding medical record reviews and standard school medical procedures. Additionally, Senate Bill 1 incorporates the House caveats regarding those authorized to be in the locker rooms, restrooms, and changing areas. In House Bill 267, we established the Professional Standards Commission as the first-line arbiter of complaints and investigations. Senate Bill 1 relies instead on an existing complaint standard currently in use today and includes a number of appellate deadlines. The private cause of action remains the same for both bills. The most significant difference in the bill is that Senate Bill 1 does not include any of the code revision language found in House Bill 267 and represents a bill solely focused on female athletics. Colleagues, the bill before us today provides an opportunity to provide a level playing field and ensure fair competition for female athletes in Georgia. With that, Mr. Speaker, that is the bill, and I would be happy to stand for any questions.
The gentleman has a couple of questions, and then we have speakers on the bill. I will recognize Representative Rahman to your left up of the center aisle for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Thank you. So we've been talking a lot about this issue over the past duration of this session. How many trans athletes are there in the state of Georgia?
I do not have that information.
Got it. And do you further yield?
I do.
Thank you. So, we have talked a lot about certain athletes, particularly those that have come down to lobby on bills like this. From my understanding, that athlete did in fact tie with her trans counterpart, because there are, frankly, very few trans athletes, and they're not, very great. They're great for their division, but not necessarily better than their counterparts. So when we talk about girls' sports, why was there not more of a focus on things like athletic facilities, making sure they have equitable access to coaches and things like that?
Well, that's certainly an issue that I'm certainly concerned with, and look forward to working with you in the future on a bill that addresses just that.
Do you yield for one more question?
No.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has a couple other questions. Representative Rice, to your left, is recognized for Mr. Chairman, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Is it not true that by preserving distinct male and female sports teams, this bill protects the opportunities, scholarships, and the safety of female student athletes across Georgia?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, and I think this bill directly speaks to the Title IX protections that were so hard fought.
Gentleman yield for another question. Representative Fry,
Yes.
to your left up front, is recognized for a question. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
To my friend, I do.
Thank you, my friend. This isn't an antagonistic question, but isn't it true that Riley Gaines came in fifth place? Fifth place, was defeated by 4 other women, and she was upset she didn't get a participation trophy by tying for 5th. Isn't that true?
I won't dispute I know that she won some other competitions. I do know that she may have placed in a different, in 5th, as you say. But here's how I would address that, though, is that this is not a one-for-one. So it's not as if a biological male that wins a competition against a biological female, it's not a one-for-one swap. So that biological male knocking one female out of a top spot, in fact, shifts everybody down and pushes many, many females down the line out of those, out of competition for medals, for titles, and things like that. So,
Representative Corbett, to your right, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
Is it not true that women's sports are not a backup option for mediocre male athletes?
I would completely agree. Thank you for the question. I'll stand for one more, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, let's see. Now you have a couple more. Representative Gullett's had his light on, so I'll go by that. Representative Gullett is recognized for a question.
Thank you, gentleman. Yield.
I do.
Isn't it true that this bill just really reinforces that female athletes have a fair and safe athletic environment to play in?
Absolutely. All we're looking for is simply a level playing field, meaning when a female athlete steps on the playing field, that there is no advantage other than fair and clean competition. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will certainly yield it well. I encourage my colleagues the yes vote. I would also, Mr. Speaker, just take a moment to thank all those that have had a part in this. This has been a multi-year effort by a number of House members and senators. I'd like to thank Senator Dolezal, Lieutenant Governor Jones, Chairman Chris Irwin and his committee for helping guide this. And then lastly, you, Speaker Burns, for your leadership on this issue in providing a level playing field for female athletes in Georgia. And with that, I'd ask your favorable consideration.
Gentlemen's yielded the well. Okay, here's our posture. We have a number of folks that are interested in speaking to the bill. We have chair's time and minority report as well. So I'm going to give up to 40 minutes to those opposed and those in favor of the bill. That will be allocated. The speakers will allocate their time up to 40 minutes, and we will begin our discussion on those opposed to SB 1 by recognizing Representative Lupton. Give the lady in your well your attention. Representative Karen Lupton is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Come on, folks, do I have to come down and speak about this again? Okay, you don't want to hear it, I don't want to have to say it, but here we go. I've been called upon, this is my job. I sit on the Education Committee where SB 1 came through and where the comparable HB bill came through. I've heard people speak to it, I've heard people speak against it, and I, especially in this last committee meeting, I really noticed something very distinct about who was speaking for and who was speaking against SB 1. Now, if this is such common sense, if this is so needed, if this is a shield for girls in sports, you'd think that there'd be lots of coaches, lots of schools that run sports programs, lots of athletes coming up, storming the castle and saying, oh my gosh, we need this now. And instead, the people who spoke to the bill were athletes who are currently competing with and against transgender athletes. We had clergy speak against SB 1. We had parents of transgender children speak against SB 1. Not a single coach, not a single athletic organization, not a one. 0, which, incidentally, is the amount of transgender students competing in K through 12 sports in Georgia. 0. So, who spoke in favor of it? 2 right-wing organizations, the Faith and Freedom Coalition and Frontline. What the heck do they have to do with women's sports? This is why the last time I got up here, I dragged y'all about the Bible. Because if the only people you've got to speak to this bill are religious right, and one of them categorized as a hate group by the Southern Poverty Law Center, if that's the best you can bring, I don't think we're accomplishing safety in women's sports. What we're accomplishing is a right-wing political, theological agenda being woven into our code and letting transgender people know that they are sinful, wrong, and not welcome in Georgia. Now, it's true that Riley Gaines, whom this bill is named after, spoke for this bill, the only athlete that we heard speak to the bill, by the by. Now, this bill is SB 1. SB 1. We know that to get to that number 1, in a session, in a legislative session, when we're dropping legislation, you got to be purposeful to be number 1. You got to be purposeful and on the ball. There, when the opportunity opens for us to drop legislation, boom, SB 1, priority. What is HB 1? HB 1 is a Democratic bill called the Pediatric Safe Storage Act. That's what we rushed to this House. That's what we brought. A desire to protect our students, a desire to protect young people from making a tragic mistake that harms them or others. That's what Democrats brought you. This is SB 1. SB 1, the Senate's first priority, is a problem that does not exist. Because you must get your message out that trans people are not welcome here. We get it. Trust me, they get it. Okay, my daughter has many friends that are transgender. She's a gentle soul. She kind of draws these people to her. And one of them shook my hand the night I won this seat the first time and said, thank you, I'm glad that you won. I know you'll stand up for people like me. Another friend of hers was relaxing at our house one night. My daughter's at Kennesaw State. She came home with some friends, and this was after last session's big trans hoopla. And she said, I feel like my state doesn't want me to live. And I said, well, they're sure not supporting you. So, 1, the NCAA has changed its policy on transgender athletes. The IOC has rules in place that deal with transgender athletes. The Georgia High School Association has rules that deal with transgender athletes. I question why we must double down and triple down. They have not asked us for this. Now, 16 female athletes in the NCAA signed on with Riley Gaines, thank you, with Riley Gaines for her lawsuit against NCAA. Okay, 16. In response to that lawsuit, over 400 NCAA professional Olympic, Paralympic athletes, over 400, signed an open letter to the NCAA saying, please just leave trans folks alone. We'd really rather you focus on something else when it comes to inequity in women's sports. Like perhaps the fact that 21% of women and 11% of young men say they have been sexually abused during sports when they were young. Now that's a fire alarm. Okay, that's a problem. When 21%, 1 in 5 women are being sexually assaulted while they play sport, it's not trans athletes that are doing that to them. So I am actually proud to stand against SB 1. I would ask that if you want to govern by the Bible, I mean, go all the way. Go all the way to love your neighbor as yourself. If you want to govern by the Constitution, fair and equal treatment before the law is what is our goal. What's our goal? What's our goal? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, today I rise to ask you to vote no on this bill because this bill does not make our children safer. This bill is a license to harass, to bully, and to harm. And if you don't believe me, let me tell you the story of Amy Toms, who is 22 years old when this happened. Amy sports a pixie cut. I don't know if any of you all in here have a pixie cut. It's a short haircut. She was followed into the bathroom at her job by a man yelling expletives at her, telling her that she doesn't belong and that she's disgusting. And you know why he did that? It's because he thought she was trans. She is not trans. She is cisgendered. She just didn't happen to look girly enough for him, and he felt like that gave him the right to harass her. This is the type of harassment that we would be inviting into our schools. Let me tell you the story about Jessica Rush. Jessica Rush was accosted in a restroom at the Baylor Medical Center at a hospital because she was dressed in basketball shorts and a t-shirt. The man admitted multiple times that he thought she was a boy because she was, quote, dressed like a man. So a person can't go to the hospital to visit their loved ones dressed in a t-shirt and basketball shorts without being harassed because they don't look girly enough. Do you have to wear a dress in order to not be harassed? Kalea Morton. She was approached in a restroom in Arizona by police officers, and let me be clear, male police officers, after a store employee assumed that she was trans. So 2 male officers came into the women's restroom, shined a flashlight into the stall where she was sitting down urinating, shined a flashlight in there, and demanded that she come out of the restroom. When she came out, she literally had to lift up her shirt and expose her breast to prove that she was a woman because someone assumed she was trans and felt like that was license for them to send the police after her. Do we want girls in our schools having to expose their bras or their breasts to school resource officers to prove that they are girls? And I keep hearing how this bill is supposed to create an even playing field, but I want to introduce you all to Mac Beggs, who did not ask for this spotlight, but it came upon him. He is a trans boy. And because of a similar law that passed in Texas, Mac, who begged to compete against boys because he is a boy, Mac was told that he had to compete with the weight class and the sex that was assigned on his birth certificate. So you know what Mac had to do? That's Mac up there. That's Mac right there. They made Mac compete against girls, and he won. He won fair and square. Mac had been transitioning. Yes, he was taking testosterone. But what happened in this instance was the bill that we're asking for today, that actually made parents even more upset. Because now they're like, why is this boy competing against my little girl? And they said, it's because it's the law. That's what this bill is doing. This does not, quote, even the playing field. It just is a license to harass, to bully, and to harm. Also, this bill and similar bills like it completely leave out individuals in our society that are intersex. And if there is nothing that you will learn at the end of this session, you will learn that intersex people do exist. And sometimes people have ambiguous genitalia. And sometimes that means that when they are born, their parents get to choose. We're going to decide that she's a girl. We're going to decide that he's a boy. And they have no idea what that individual will grow up to decide or feel like when they get older, because they have a mixture of both. And bills like this completely erase them off the planet. I'm actually not sure, and I have not been able to get a solid or straight answer from anyone as to what sport a intersex individual actually gets to play. Do they get to play with girls? Do they get to play with boys? It's so unclear. No one has been able to answer it for me. So how do I tell my constituents that are parents of intersex individuals or people who have genetic sex disorders, how do I tell them where they fit? Because according to this law, they don't exist, and that is just not right. So unlike many in this chamber, I am a parent. And not only am I a parent, I'm a parent of an athlete. She plays basketball, she runs track, she's played soccer, she's played volleyball. She is an athlete by all means of imagination. I mean, she's great. And so I asked her, I said, baby girl, how do you feel about this war on girls' sports? Because it's the talk of the town down at the Capitol, but since you're playing in sports, I would love to hear your thoughts on it. And she looked at me, confused, and she said, Mom, what are you talking about? And I said, you know, the war on girls' sports, the one where y'all are so worried about the trans athletes, you know, bumping you out of contention, and she said, Mom, no one is talking about that. Y'all are talking about that. We are not talking about that in the locker room. And so we have created a bill that is a license to harass, a license to bully, a license to harm, and these actual athletes do not want this. They did not ask for this. And I think that that is a problem. I think that if you truly care about all of your constituents, then you would ask them, you would actually ask the people that would be most impacted by this bill, and the ones that are most impacted are saying, we do not want this. So I'm going to leave you all with this. If you would like to see trans boys competing against cisgender girls, which this bill will do, then you will probably go ahead and hit the green button. If you are okay with police officers making your daughter or your friend's daughter, your niece, your little cousin, expose their breasts to prove they are a girl, then you will push green on this button. But if you actually care about your constituents and you understand that laws like this do not actually make anyone safer and it's just a license to harm, a license to bully, and a license to harass, then you will vote no on SB 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Eric Bell is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being acknowledged. Today, colleagues, I rise in opposition of SB 1, the so-called Raleigh Gaines Act, because it is not governed by truth, but it's political clout. I stand here as a heterosexual, cisgendered man whose sister didn't fit the mold of what some call or some say is a woman. She grew up wearing sneakers instead of heels, playing basketball with the boys instead of jumping rope with the girls. And guess what? She is still a woman. Still is a child of God, and still fearfully and wonderfully made. Psalms 139, verses 14 says, I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderful are your works. My soul knows it very well. But like this bill, that does not affirm the truth. This doesn't uplift anyone. But this bill, laws like this, sends a message to some of our kids that they do not belong. That some kids don't deserve the same opportunities. That some kids deserve to be punished for just existing, when some of these kids are the very kids that have been victims of traumatic past, both previously and now. And for what? Why are we doing this? For political points, headlines, the next position we want to run for, a distraction? But I'm here to talk facts, so let's talk about it. The Georgia High School Association already prohibits transgender athletes from competing in sports outside their biological sex. So what would this bill do? The NCAA has already made it clear that the rules of eligibility, and right now at this very moment, there is no transgender athlete competing in Georgia's public schools. Again, there's no transgender athlete competing in Georgia's public schools. So if this is about fairness or not, if it's about protecting our children and protecting our students or not, if it's not about addressing the real issues, then what is it really about? This bill solves no problems because no problem exists. Let me repeat, this bill solves no problem because no problem truly exists. So what does this bill do? What does SB 1 actually do? It invites costly, unlimited lawsuits against our schools. A student can sue a school for anticipated harm, for something that hasn't even happened. Schools can be sued for emotional distress with no clear limits. And for what? Yet, just weeks ago, we stood here holding that tort reform was our #1 priority. That was to protect businesses from excessive lawsuits, for protecting businesses from litigation, which was good policy. Then why is exposing schools to litigation acceptable? So I ask, why do corporations get protection, but not public schools? Why are public schools left holding the handbag? And what about protecting women's sports? Let's be real. This bill does not protect female athletes. It endangers them. If it were to, we would be talking about equal funding, better facilities, more scholarships. But we're not. Because here's the truth. Men's sports receive more resources, more funding, and more attention than women's sports today. The real inequity is in athletics. But instead of addressing that, we are debating manufactured crisis, one that does not help women at all, one that does not protect girls at all. This bill isn't about fairness, it's about fear. But instead of solving the real issue, we're spending more time on political stunts. Georgia's family sent us up here to solve real problems. Problems such as affordable health care, affordable housing, school safety, economic opportunity. But we're here dealing with women's sports. Instead, this bill is about distraction. This bill does nothing more to improve our schools, our communities, our economy, only furthering political pundits. It will drain money from our classrooms and put us in the courtrooms. It will send a message that's already heard today, that vulnerable kids are not welcome, that vulnerable kids in Georgia are unwelcomed. And to what point? To the point of division that divides us instead of brings us together. And for what? To make life harder on children? Is this what we're doing? As a man of faith, as a brother to a woman who is different, but no less worthy, and as a legislator who has took an oath to serve all people of Georgia, I cannot stand by and support this bill. Matthew 25, verse 40 says, "Truly I tell you, what you do for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me." Let's be judged by how we treat the least of thee, not by how we play politics. And I refuse to stand here and watch children become collateral damage in a political game. Because my faith teaches me something different. My conscience tells me something different. My sister's life, her strength, her resilience, her worth has taught me something different. So let's ask ourselves, when the history book looks back at this moment, how will we be judged? Will we be judged by the legislature that further victimized victims, or will we be the ones that ended poverty in Georgia? Will we be the ones that solve homelessness, or will we be the ones known to play politics? So I say, let's do the right thing. It's our time to do the right thing. But we have to vote no, and we have to vote no now. Just for clarity, Vanderbilt has done a study that showed that 83% of LGBTQIA individuals have suffered some type of trauma, whether it's been physical or sexual abuse. And here we have a bill that further victimizes victims. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge this body to vote no, and I yield the will. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Park Cannon is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, for your attention. Today is Transgender Day of Visibility. It is an annual day where transgender individuals around the United States stand up proudly in their bold identities as daring to say, I don't feel right in this body. But if I can get access to mental health care and physical health care, if I can have support from social communities and community organizations, that I will feel better. So instead of celebrating Trans Day of Visibility, today we are literally erasing transgender Georgians. I am speechless But instead, I'm going to take this 15 minutes and I'm going to speak to y'all about the importance of the transgender community and some of the truths as to what this bill does. First, I want to ask each of you, have any of you ever been present for a gender or sex ambiguous birth? Have you ever been in the room when that has happened? Well, I have. And as one of our members spoke to, what happens? What happens is families in that moment get to choose how they will socialize their child until their genitalia has developed enough. And within that time period, within those next 2 years, they can go to medical professionals and figure out what is best for their child. They don't come to the state constitution and say, well, what's legal and what sport is my kid going to play, and base it off of that. We have reports here that show that transgender discrimination claims have already cost Georgia taxpayers $4.1 million. That figure includes $2.1 million to settle those claims and another $2 million in legal fees. I have placed this on your desk because I think it's really important that we talk about this as such a big issue. So let's go over the cases that we thought were so great. Ms. Carrie Scott, a staff attorney in the state court system, said after a long process of self-reflection, she realized about 2.5 years ago that she needed to transition to align with her identity as a transgender woman. Her surgery was covered by her state health benefits plan. It has been a wonderful thing that's happened in my life. That surgery was incredible for my well-being. I was in a lot of pain emotionally, and now I'm not in pain. In 2015, a transgender inmate said she was refused adequate care and sued the Department of Corrections. The department agreed to use qualified medical and mental health professionals to evaluate inmates with possible gender dysphoria, a diagnosis used to identify distress caused when a person's gender identity differs from the sex listed on their birth certificate. In 2021, 2 transgender women sued the state when they were denied gender-affirming surgeries under Georgia's Medicaid health insurance program. The State Department of Community Health settled the case a year later, agreeing to amend its policy to pay for gender-affirming care through Medicaid. In 2019, a UGA employee won a settlement that requires the state's university system to cover medically necessary expenses, including gender confirmation surgeries. And in 2023, 3 transgender men reached a settlement that requires the state health benefits plan to pay for gender dysphoria treatment. Now, I understand what this piece of policy does here. I know that there's some level of misleading that is trying to happen to say, oh, but it's not 267. It actually does have some of those provisions from 267 in it. And so either way, we are looking at millions and millions of dollars in lawsuits. Now let's talk about hate crimes. We spent our time years ago working on hate crimes legislation. It was so important that we spent that entire session working on that bill back and forth until it passed. Well, in states with these restrictive laws, the number of hate crimes on K-12 campuses has more than quadrupled. At the same time, calls to LGBTQ youth crisis hotlines have exploded. The number of anti-LGBTQ school hate crimes serious enough to be reported to local police more than doubled nationwide between 2015 and 19, and again between 2021 and 2022. Calls have spiked to the Trevor Project, which provides support to LGBTQ youth aimed at suicide prevention and crisis intervention. In the fiscal year of 2022, the group fielded about 230,000 crisis contacts. The following year, it was more than 500,000. Similarly, the Rainbow Youth Project in 2022 had 1,000 hotline calls, and in 2023 had 1,400. The Rainbow Youth Project saw a crush of calls from Oklahoma, specifically rising from 321 in January to nearly 1,100 in February, the week following Next Benedict's death. In 2021 and 2022, the most recent years for which data was available, the average more than doubled to 232 hate crimes at schools. So hate crimes, we used to care about that issue. We used to try to create an agency that could actually look at these hate crimes, and now we're trying to find more ways. Let's talk about verifying sex verification testing. So what is sex verification testing? It is outdated and pseudoscientific ideas about sex that disproportionately impact women whose bodies do not conform to narrow gender stereotypes. How do they do this? 1, physical examinations, inspections of an athlete's genitals, often degrading and invasive. 2, chromosomal testing, lab tests that examine an athlete's DNA to determine whether they have XX or XY chromosomes. 3, hormone testing, blood or urine tests to measure testosterone levels, despite the fact that this type of test is scientifically flawed and fails to account for genetic diversity. As I close, inclusive of pelvic ultrasounds or MRIs, imaging tests to determine an athlete's reproductive anatomy, which could be used to exclude intersex women from competition. I ask that you vote against this bill. I have a lot more to say on it, but on Trans Day of Visibility, if you can't just let transgender people live alone, please take a walk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Cannon. That concludes our speakers there. We'll be ready for the minority report and chair's time. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. We have up to 20 minutes for the minority report and then up to 20 minutes for the chair's time. Whip Park is recognized to speak to the bill. Up to 20 minutes. I guess you'll allocate those.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Unfortunately, we are here debating another divisive culture war issue that will do nothing to support Georgia students and do everything to harm vulnerable Georgia children here in this state. And so I ask all members on both sides of the aisle to either vote no or to walk on SB 1. Now, the author of the bill said that this piece of legislation went through an enormous amount of scrutiny over multiple years. Well, y'all look it up. There's not a single transgender athlete in our public schools. This bill accomplishes absolutely nothing with respect to fairness. And of course, this really isn't about fairness, is it? This is about discrimination. I have to ask myself so often, why is the majority party so intent to discriminate against transgender children in the state of Georgia? So intent to discriminate against vulnerable children? Do members of the majority party not recognize that these sorts of pieces of legislation drive children to commit suicide? As demonstrated by multiple studies on these pieces of legislation? Do members of the majority party not recognize that this will drive harassment and bullying of the most vulnerable children in our schools? Is there no concern from members of the majority party about the least among us? We stood today for a bird, while we are passing legislation to harm Georgia's children. Now, as the author again mentioned earlier in his remarks, we could have called this the Gavin Newsom Act. Yet another reminder that this is a political culture war issue that will cause harm to Georgia's most vulnerable students. And so again, a last point I will make on this is, throughout this legislative session, how much time and effort did we spend on tort reform? How much time and effort did the majority party spend bullying and twisting arms to make it harder for injured Georgians and victims of sexual assault to hold those accountable for causing them harm. And yet at the same time, we open up all of our schools to litigation, to frivolous lawsuits. That's the majority party. What incentive do y'all have other than this manufactured culture war in which y'all have scared your voters into harming a vulnerable community as to actually living up to the dictates of your faith that clearly mean nothing as demonstrated by your actions? And so, y'all, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of children in this state being used as political pawns, which is what this bill does. This is unacceptable. And so again, I urge members to vote no or to walk on this nonsense issue that will cause so much more harm to the most vulnerable among us than to actually do anything of benefit to Georgia students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the will. Representative Wilkerson is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Wilkerson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I come to oppose Senate Bill 1. The Education Committee does a really good job typically of vetting bills, and in this case, we did fix some things. The initial draft of 267, which is very similar to this, would have banned coaches from even going in the locker room at halftime to talk to the young ladies. It took about 5 of us to convince the author that this was bad, but once Frontline agreed that it was an okay change, they made the change. And so let me tell you what I'm here as. I'm here as a father, a coach, a Christian, a husband, like many of you. And we are a representative of the people and as also of our experiences. And so there are a lot of times as experiences, you may not know what it means to be a coach of young women. I do. And I can tell you, no young ladies I work with and have coached think this is an important bill. What I will say is, up there is, I'm assuming, is going to be one of the methods of verifying a child's sex, because the initial bill said we use birth certificate. And Riley Gaines went on the internet and said that we can't do that, so we took the birth certificate out. Right there is the form, and you can't really see it very good, but if you go to the next slide, it asks you a bunch of questions, and then this is the form that you actually turn in. Nowhere on that form does it say what your gender is. Nowhere on that form does it say what your sex is. So think about this. How will we verify a student's sex when it comes to competition? And so what I'm going to ask you to do is, I know people are going to vote no. I know people will vote yes. Those that do vote yes, I ask when it goes to the Senate, you fix this one part. Lines 136 says that nothing in this section shall be construed to authorize a covered entity or an athletic association to verify or confirm a student's sex through visual inspection. And then it goes on to say we can rely on medical records, but as you see, you don't have it on the medical records or other standard medical procedures to verify a student's sex. So let's say we're going to the championship game. My 12-year-old competes, my 13-year-old competes in high school. She's at halftime. Someone challenges her and said, that is a male. That is a male. We need to verify. Who's going to go in the locker room? There is no protections for children in this bill to say that an adult has to be present when they physically inspect a child. There is no protection in this bill at all. So you are going to send a child that wants to compete, and I'm asking for the Larry Nassar Amendment right now. And when I say Larry Nassar Amendment, that means that there was the coach of the Olympic team. Actually, he was a doctor. He was a doctor. He went 20 years abusing children because these 13-year-olds wanted to compete in the Olympics, and they thought that it was okay for a man to put them in a position that they had no opportunity to fight back because they wanted to compete. We are going to do this to children. Every day there are kids on the field that they think it's unfair. They're going to be in the state championship, and you're going to look at the other child, and you're going to say, that is a boy. And then what's going to happen? At halftime, the coach is going to go in there and look at my child? I wish someone would come home and say my daughter had some coach looking at them. It's going to be a fight. Now, how many of you men agree with me? That's going to be a challenge. So what I'm asking you to do is when this goes to the Senate, I don't care how you vote. Don't put children in the position where they have to say no to a grown man. Think about that. Don't put your young daughters in a position where they have to stand up to a man that is bigger, that is taller, that is stronger, that has more authority over they do because they want to play a sport that they love. They're not concerned about a transgender athlete. They're concerned about someone touching them, someone attacking them because they have the power to do it. There are many other examples. You have male wrestlers who couldn't stand up to a wrestling coach. So you telling me, I asked, as this bill moves, take it to the Senate, let them amend it, send it back, y'all agree, you pass the bill, we do what's already in law, which bans people from competing in sex that is not the one they're born with. That is all that I ask. Anybody that's ever sat in the Education Committee knows that whether I like a bill, whether I dislike a bill, I'm going to try to do what's best for our children. And that's what I'm doing right now. This is a dangerous bill. It's not just a bad bill, it's a dangerous bill because we're going to put young ladies at risk. And with that, I yield the will, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has yielded the will. Representative Drenner is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Drenner.
Oh man, do you all see baby Jesus down here? That's perfect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had two separate speeches prepared today, and so I'm going to go back and forth between the two of them. So I rise today in strong opposition to Senate Bill 1, a bill that claims to protect fairness and safety, but instead singles out transgendered kids for discrimination. Let's be clear. This is not about fairness. This is not about safety. This is about politics. Across the country, we've seen a wave of legislation, just like Senate Bill 1, bills that use trans kids as political scapegoats to distract from real issues like underfunded schools, gun violence, and the lack of mental health resources. This is a manufactured crisis designed not to solve a real problem, but to create division and fear. We have seen this playbook before. The same arguments were used against racial integration in schools, against women competing in sports, and against same-sex marriage. Now, transgendered youth are the latest target. We must reject this attempt to turn children into a political battleground and instead focus on real solutions that support all students. So let's take a moment to examine the real effects of this bill by addressing the arguments its supporters have put forth. Number one, supporters of SB 1 claim it's about protecting women's sports. But where's the evidence of a crisis? Transgendered athletes make up a tiny fraction of participants. National and state organizations already have fair competition policies in place. If fairness were really the goal, we'd be talking about unequal pay and funding for women athletics, disparities in scholarships and coaching opportunities. The real threats to women in sports, like sexual harassment and abuse. SB 1 does nothing to address these problems. Instead, it targets a small group of students to score political points. Now, no one on my side has taken a moment to talk about Riley Gaines, and I would like to do that. Riley Gaines publicly has shared her experience against Leah Thomas. And I want to say clearly to Riley, I empathize with your frustration. Competing at the highest level is a huge accomplishment, and it's understandable that you would be upset and that you felt that the playing field was not level. And if I was your mother, I would have been mad too. But you know what? We fixed that. We fixed that. The Georgia High School Association fixed that. This bill, Athletic Association. However, one race, one event does not justify legislation that impacts thousands of children. Her experience, your experience, Riley, I listened to you. And when you said woke liberal agenda, I had to stop. I didn't know what woke meant, just like I didn't know what OG meant. I woke every morning, so I was confused about that expression. Your experience is being used to create fear and justify policies that are going to hurt lots of other people, including transgender kids who are trying to find their place in this world. Riley Gaines' story is valid, but it's being politicized, and it does not represent the larger issue. We cannot craft a policy based on isolated cases, especially when the cost is banning an entire group of kids from participating in sports. We need to focus on solutions that support all athletes, not just those who fit a specific narrative. This bill doesn't solve the fairness issues in women's sports. It's about creating fear and dividing us further. Another argument that we've heard is that allowing transgendered students to use appropriate facilities threatens privacy or safety. But the facts do not support this claim. There is no evidence that transgender students using the restroom or locker room that aligns with their gender identity leads to increase in harm. Schools already have the flexibility to make accommodations for all students without this government overreach. Let's not forget, women were once told they couldn't share locker rooms with black athletes. They were once told that allowing them into sports would ruin athletics. These same scare tactics are being used again, just with new targets. SB 1 doesn't protect privacy. It creates a culture of fear and exclusion. Proponents of this bill say that biology alone should determine sports participation. But this argument is overly simplistic and selectively applied. We don't ban cisgender female athletes who naturally have higher testosterone levels. We don't exclude students with genetic advantages like height, wingspan, or lung capacity. We allow student athletes of different sizes, strengths, and abilities to compete every day. Sports are about skill, training, and discipline, not just biology. This bill cherry-picks science to justify discrimination while ignoring the complexity of human biology. Title IX was meant to expand opportunities for women, not to exclude transgender girls. If we truly want to protect women's sports, we should be fighting for equal pay, ensuring equal funding for women's programs, and protecting athletes from harassment and abuse. SB 1 does none of these things because it's not about women's sports. It's about creating a political wedge issue. Some people argue that polls show public support for banning trans kids from sports or locker rooms. But we must remember, public opinion once opposed racial integration in schools and sports. Public opinion once opposed women from playing contact sports. Heck, public opinion used to say women couldn't even vote. Justice is not determined by polling numbers. Laws should be based on fairness, evidence, and equality, not fear or political trends. SB 1 does none of those things. Instead, it manufactures a problem, creates division, and makes transgendered students less safe. In conclusion, let's call this bill what it is: a political distraction, a manufactured culture war, a harmful policy that makes life harder for transgendered kids. It's not about fairness. It's not about safety. This is really about using children as pawns in a political game. I urge you to vote no on SB 1. Let's focus on real solutions for fairness, privacy, and safety, not government-mandated discrimination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Thank you. The lady has yielded the well. Now we'll have up to 20 minutes for chair's time. We'll recognize the chairman of the committee from whence it came. The Education Committee Chairman Irwin is recognized to speak to SB 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I rise today in strong support of the Riley-Gaines Act of 2025, a measure rooted in the fundamental beliefs that fairness, safety, and integrity in school and collegiate sports must be preserved for all student athletes across Georgia. The bill affirms that athletic competition should be based on clear biological standards, ensuring that female athletes who have historically fought for equal opportunity are not denied the right to compete on a leveling playing field. The Riley-Gaines Act requires our public and participating private schools as well as post-secondary institutions to designate sports teams as male, female, or co-ed, based solely on biological sex. It prohibits males from competing in female sports, thereby protecting the competitive balance and physical safety that women's sports depend upon. At the same time, it provides for limited exceptions where no female team is available and ensures co-ed teams remain accessible to all students. This legislation does not target individuals. It targets inequities. It safeguards the decades of progress made in women's athletics by reaffirming the state's interest in promoting equal opportunity and preventing unfair advantages. The bill also respects privacy by ensuring that shared facilities used during competitions, such as locker rooms, restrooms, and sleeping quarters, are designated and used according to biological sex, while still offering reasonable accommodations for all students. The Riley-Gaines Act includes a robust enforcement and grievance mechanism. Students who are deprived of opportunities or face retaliation have a clear path to seek redress. This is not just a policy of protection, it is a declaration of fairness, safety, and transparency in Georgia sports. Colleagues, this bill speaks to the heart of athletic integrity. It is about ensuring that every child, regardless of gender, has a chance to compete safely and fairly, and that the hard-won victories for female athletes are not erased. I urge your favorable consideration of the Riley-Gaines Act. Let us stand for fairness. Let us stand for safety. Let us stand for opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield the remaining of the chairman's time to the gentleman that is carrying the bill, if you would allow me.
That's the chairman's right. Still has time on his 20 minutes. He's relinquished his time to Chairman Bonner, Representative Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, we have heard some outrageous claims from this well. Personal attacks, perversions of Scripture, mistruths, and just flat-out lies. So let me boil down the issue. Biological males have an inherent physiological advantage. Allowing that advantage on the field places females at risk. Let me highlight this with a personal story. 2 years ago at my daughter's high school, she shared a class with a boy pretending to be a girl. He believed that my daughter's friend misgendered him. And so after class, that boy pretending to be a girl jumped my daughter's friend, put her on the ground, and beat her mercilessly, without mercy, time and time again. The female teacher couldn't even pull this boy off of her. It took 4 individuals to pull this boy off of my daughter's friend as he pounded her head time and time again. So don't tell me there is no advantage for a biological male on an athletic field. A yes vote provides the necessary protections for my daughter and thousands of other female athletes in Georgia. As for walking on this vote, I don't know about your constituents, but mine sent me here to know where I stand. I'm asking each of you to stand with me and the overwhelming majority of Georgians that support keeping biological males out of girls' sports and vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Gentlemen, has yielded the well. That completes all those speaking in favor of the presentation, those in favor of and those against the minority report, and the chairman's time. Mr. Clerk, will you ring the bell to make sure our members understand we are ready to vote? Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Adopting the committee's substitute. Hearing none, the committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 1, the yeas are 100, the nays are 64. The bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 170?
Senate Bill 170 by Senator Jackson, the 41st, and others being titled an act to amend Chapter 12 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to commissions and other agencies, so as to create the Georgia Interagency Council for the Homeless. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Angie Osteen is recognized to present the bill. Representative Osteen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Senate Bill 170. What this bill does, you've already passed it unanimously, 173 to nothing. This bill is an emergency preparedness bill. It will allow us to establish a grant for rural hospitals that were affected by the storm, to be able to gain the money that they need to get generators, to increase our capacities for generators in the hospitals, and this will give them improvements that will position our state to withstand future disasters. I'll stand for questions.
The lady has a question. Representative Park Cannon to to your left is recognized for a question. Or
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
do you want to speak, or you have a question?
Yes,
you're,
sir.
You're signed up to speak.
Yes, sir. I have a question.
Okay, the lady's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
I do.
Awesome. So with this grant program, how long will this grant program run? How is the funding coming, and how will it be reported to the General Assembly?
So we do have a fiscal note on that. It is going to be overseen by GEMA and Homeland Security, and it will last as long as there are appropriations for it.
Okay, so a further inquiry, there is a fiscal note to the amount of?
We're not sure if this is exact,
sure we
because
have a
we don't
copy of
think, I don't think that.
Do members have a copy of that on our desks?
No, we have a fiscal note if we need it. Is that fair, Chair? Okay.
I've already asked the question. I'm not trying to ask the question again, but
I
what
think
is
it's
the fiscal
subject to
amount?
appropriations, I think, would be the answer to that.
Correct. Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Cannon.
Speaker. Subject to appropriations.
Okay, and then the final question I had already asked you before, which is how will this be reported back to the General Assembly? I don't see any language here on how it will be reported back to the General Assembly.
I have no idea.
When the funds are exhausted, then that will be the end of the program. Lady has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask
Wait a
for your
minute, lady
favorable
does have a
consideration.
question. Excuse
Yes.
me, Representative Rice to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Is it not true that by prioritizing hospitals lacking any existing backup power, this bill strategically directs resources to the greatest area of need?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for saying that. If you had been where I had and you saw fire department with a bucket brigade flushing toilets and bringing up water for nurses to wash their hands, you'd understand why we need it. Thank you so much.
Representative Buckner to your left, about midway back, is recognized for a question.
Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
Excuse me. All right. I'm very familiar with your bill and how important it is, and very supportive of it. I also have people back home that are interested in the homeless council, and I'm having trouble finding where that is in the bill now.
I'm not sure. This is a substitute. It was stripped and put this in there. That's the only thing
So
that I
that's
can tell
gone.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
council's gone.
I think that's the case.
Thank you.
I'll yield.
Majority Leader Illustration has one last question, final question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentlelady yield.
I do to my friend.
Ma'am, is it not true that this legislation is the exact same text as House Bill 262, I believe?
Correct.
That we previously passed 173-0, and that no fiscal note's necessary because it's subject to appropriation or other grant that's to be received. And obviously the General Assembly would be able to follow that because appropriation would be necessary for this critical measure to provide generators at rural hospitals, which we saw were so very critical after Hurricane Helene. Isn't
I
that true?
appreciate you saying that, Mr. Leader. Better than I could have. Thank you so much. I'll yield the well.
Ladies yielded the well. Representative Park Cannon is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to speak in favor of this measure because we can have questions on the bill and we can still support it. The first thing that I just want to be really clear on is the practice of us dangling legislation one way or the other and then saying the hurricane word. We have to do this because of the hurricane. We have to do this because of the hurricane, because of the tornado, because of the storm. Many of us are better policymakers than that. Many of us have spent time getting national research on a number of issues, and so it's interesting again to see a really great bill, the original information in 170, be completely stripped out, and now we're rushing to the finish line on backup generators for hospitals. So I'm here to speak in support of really both of the pieces of legislation and wanted to just remind folks why 170 was so important before the big scary word came in, to which we've been told a fiscal note It's not necessary because it's subject to appropriation. I think there are many of us who would say that we have bills that will be subject to appropriation, and we are mandated to have a fiscal note to even get a hearing, and then even at a hearing, when we have that fiscal note, we're told it's too much or it's too little. So I just wish we would be more transparent with how much this will be. But for the original bill, which would have recognized that housing is a fundamental human right and would have united important stakeholders like government organizations and service providers, housing specialists and advocates to create an all-encompassing, long-term solution to homelessness in our state, we must acknowledge that in 2024, about 12,000 individuals on any night are homeless. 52% of the homeless population consider themselves unsheltered, meaning they don't have anything to sleep under. There has been a 4.4% increase in homelessness from 2020 to 2022, and African Americans make up 21% of Georgia's population, but 58% of the homeless population. It's important that we work together as fearless, caring leadership to put resources towards them. I hope that we will see this bill in its original version. Please consider voting for it as it is today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The ladies yielded the well. That concludes our conversation so far on SB 170. That concludes our comments on SB 170. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? For what purpose is Representative Al rise? I'm sorry I missed you earlier.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that by OSHA standards, all hospitals have to have emergency generators already?
I'm sure the lady is very knowledgeable about health care. For what purpose is Representative Martin rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, to the last speaker's comments on fiscal notes, isn't it true that fiscal notes are necessary when we're passing laws that have a statutory requirement on this body that we don't then look at or are not subject to appropriations or cause us to have a mandate of a spending process to either reduce revenue or a spending process? Those require fiscal notes. And by its very definition, isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, when in the bill it says subject to appropriations, that brings it back before this body, and that is why a fiscal note is not required, as the Speaker communicated.
I know the gentleman knows of what he speaks. For what purpose does Representative Sam Park rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry, sir.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that while I greatly support the underlying legislation, I do not support the fact that we have stripped the Senate Democratic Whip's legislation regarding homelessness, and that both pieces of legislation could have otherwise moved forward, but it is not?
I'm sure the gentleman firmly believes what he speaks. Sometimes the process is difficult. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 170, the yeas are 165, the nays are 3. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 82?
Senate Bill 82 by Senator Dixon, the 45th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 31 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated the Charter Schools Act of 1998, so as to enact the Local Charter Schools Authorization and Support Act of 2025. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education, that committee recommends this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Scott Hilton is recognized to present Senate Bill 82. Representative Hilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this afternoon to present Senate Bill 82, which is a common sense compromise bill that passed the Senate with strong bipartisan support, including a majority of both Republicans and Democrats voting yes. Senate Bill 82 addresses the state's charter school access issue by incentivizing local school districts to approve more charter schools and holding districts accountable if they repeatedly deny high-quality charter petitions. In Georgia, how we approve local charter schools is out of balance with how most charters are approved in most every other state, with new approvals resting almost entirely with the state rather than the local system. In this way, Georgia is an outlier. Nationally, 90% of charter schools are authorized locally and 10% are approved at the state level. Georgia is basically the inverse of these figures. In the past 5 years alone, only one charter school was approved by a local school district in Georgia. During that same period, the State Charter School Commission approved over 30 schools, most of which were initially denied locally. So what is the result of this broken process? Of the nation's 10 most populous states, Georgia ranks dead last in charter school access. Nationally, 7% of K through 12 students attend a charter school, compared to 3.5 or half of that number of K-12 students in Georgia. In developing Senate Bill 82, we partnered closely with the Department of Education, Georgia School Superintendent Association, the Georgia School Board Association, and I'm grateful for their input and support on this legislation. I'll walk you briefly through the bill itself. On Section 3, we provide more transparency by requiring the local boards to provide disclosure around why the rationale of the denial, and that has to be provided within 20 business days. We then provide district accountability. So for districts between 10,000 and 60,000 students, if a district denies 2 or more charter schools that are subsequently approved by the state, the local district is not eligible to renew its flexibility contract. This changes to 3 or more for schools serving over 60,000 students. Section 4 of the bill provides an incentive to school systems who approve charters, locally approved charters, of $250,000 annually for 3 years, up to $750,000. Section 5 provides state support for locals who are seeking to approve a locally approved charter school. There is a minority report on Senate Bill 82, and my wife typically tells me not to read those as they're bad for my health, but I do want to address some of the points raised in the report. First and foremost, let me dispel a common misconception as it relates to charter schools. Charter schools are public schools. Let me repeat that. Charter schools are public schools. The only difference is that they receive less funding, typically perform at higher rates, and have higher accountability. The second sentence of the minority report praises exactly what this bill aims to achieve. Local school districts best understand the needs of their students and their communities. We believe this to be wholeheartedly true, which is why Senate Bill 82 puts in place incentives to encourage more local approvals. Financially, charter schools are responsible for the capital outlay for a new school. In fact, all charter schools in a system have a funding holdback of 3% to pay for new schools. Just 3 years ago, this body passed a bill which creates additional dedicated funding weight for all students enrolled in local charters. So the districts are pulling more money from the state to offset costs. In this bill, school systems can receive $750,000 in additional funding when approving a new school. The data is crystal clear. Among the state-authorized charter schools, 85% of those schools outperform surrounding schools in their area in academic mastery or growth on Georgia milestone assessments. There's going to be a lot of talk about local control. But let me emphasize this. Local control doesn't start with the local school system. It starts with the parents. Parents are the ultimate measure of local control. And the parents have clearly spoken. Georgia has over 21,000 students on a wait list to attend a Georgia charter school. Please join me in voting yes on this common sense, bipartisan measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield for questions.
The gentleman has a number of questions, and we have speakers. I'm going to recognize Representative, let's see, got a Ramon. I guess she has had a question in the last 5 or 10 minutes. Representative Ramon is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't do parliamentary inquiry, so I got to make myself do around here. But does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So you had mentioned that this bill has some bipartisan support, but wouldn't you say that part of the reason that we are a bicameral state is to allow for more vetting of bills? So sometimes when one body doesn't catch some things, it is our job to unfortunately fix those problems.
Sure. I don't know if that's a question, but
would you
yes.
agree with that sentiment?
I agree that the House generally does a fantastic job of improving Senate bills. Correct.
Gentleman yield. Representative Kelly to your left is recognized for a question.
Speaker, would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Representative, isn't it true that you mentioned the 21,000 children on the wait list now, but isn't that drastically up in recent years where it was just 14,000 just a few years ago? So we're seeing dramatic increases in children wanting to come in the charter system.
It is. For me, standing here in this well, again, my ultimate measure of local control is the parents, and the parents have spoken with their feet, and they are saying, we believe and trust in charter schools. We like that as an option for our children, and my posture is we need to give those parents and those families that choice, and so absolutely. Let's open the doors. Let's not keep it closed to 21,000 students in our state. Thank you.
Representative Bernal to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Is it not true that when a student goes to a charter school, the money that is at the current public school goes with them?
The money stays within the local system, yes.
It goes to that charter school with the student, correct?
The money follows the student, yes.
Okay. Can I ask you another question?
Sure.
Okay. So is it not true that charter schools fail because of lack of funding? Is that not true?
Well, charter schools, like any schools, fail for a number of reasons, funding being one of them. The beauty of a charter school, unlike a traditional public school, is if a charter school is failing, we close it. It has the ultimate accountability measure that really a traditional public school does not have.
Can I ask you one more question?
One more, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm from Detroit, and charter schools came into Detroit, and they destroyed the entire Detroit public schools.
Well, that's why we live in the great state of Georgia. Mr. Speaker, I know we're late.
The gentleman has another question. If you'll take one more to kind of.
Yes, sir. One more.
And that's Representative Townsend to your right down to center aisle is recognized for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
It's my fellow Education Committee member. Yes, sir.
Is it not too? I ran a charter school for approximately 10 years in Brunswick, Georgia. Very successful school because the teacher and staff, we got appropriate school funding from local and state funding and actually federal funding as well. That school is still doing well, turning out students who are going to help us with this workforce development problem that we're having in the state of Georgia. So charter schools are effective if it's run effectively.
You're exactly right. Charter schools are public schools who turn out the brightest minds in our state. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask your favorable consideration on Senate Bill 82, and I yield the well. Thank you.
Gentlemen, has yielded the well. We have 3 speakers on the bill. I'm going to limit y'all to 5 minutes each, up to 5 minutes each. Representative Lisa Campbell is recognized to speak to the bill, then Representative Beckles, then Representative Williams. Ladies recognized. We'll give the lady, if the lady will suspend just for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Today, my colleagues, I rise in opposition, strong opposition to SB 82, a bill that is in direct opposition to the original intention of charter schools, This bill erodes local control in school boards across our state, and most importantly, will further defund our public schools. This bill uses financial incentives. I'm not sure I've seen this before in our public schools. It's akin to other types of financial deals that are unworthy of this body, sometimes called payoffs or kickbacks, for local school boards to approve charter schools. It's a punitive bill that penalizes elected school board members that deny petitions that are later approved by the state. And it imposes new oversight and reporting obligations on local districts. Remember this later when these same sponsors talk about rolling back and getting rid of unnecessary rules. Yes, charter schools historically have been an option in our public school system, but this bill is about allowing private schools, organizers who want to introduce religious private curriculum into our public school system and use our public tax dollars. This new charter school initiative is not the old charter schools that you may be familiar with. The bottom line, this is yet another bill that undermines local control of our public school systems. It threatens and pressures school boards to approve charter school applications against their best judgment. These are elected officials who have been asked to look at charter schools applying and are denying them for very legitimate reasons. This bill takes their elected responsibility away completely. And not only does it usurp their elected responsibilities, but it pressures them to approve charter school applications and lays the groundwork for increased privatization of all of our public schools. This is cloaked in a ton of language about innovation and choice, but this bill ties funding and flexibility to the expansion of state-preferred charter options and threatens consequences for school districts who choose differently based on the needs in their school district. I can tell you about a charter school in our district. It was denied at the local level but approved at the state level. I can tell you about this charter school that trains its teachers and its curriculum comes from Project 1776. What we now know to be Project 2025. It is publicly known, and our public tax dollars are going to support these schools. This particular organization is called Hillsdale, and they are on record with a very strategic approach to take legislatures like ours and essentially trick them into talking about choice for parents. But I want to set the record straight. What these private, extreme, far-right religious organizations are doing is not right. And we should not fall into this trap of seeing the name of a bill labeled one thing, but in actuality, in reality, stripping our tax dollars from our public school systems. And in addition to the federal cuts, the dismantling of our federal Department of Education, the gross expansion of our voucher bill that now allows 2/3 of our students in Georgia to opt out of public education. Do not act like you support public schools and sponsor and say yes to this bill. This bill is just one more way to demonize our local teachers, to defund our public schools, and ultimately dismantle our public schools. This bill creates a loss of local control. It's charter expansion by coercion. It's backdoor privatization. And it fosters unfunded mandates and bureaucratic burdens. Ultimately, it undermines public school cohesion and planning. This bill has been framed as providing school choice, but once again, it does nothing to address the proven and underlying causes of academic struggle: poverty. We've spent 0 minutes in this chamber talking about the ways to actually help our children. I urge you all to vote no for this destructive bill. Thank you, and I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Beckles is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Beckles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today with concerns about Senate Bill 82. This bill undermines local control of our schools. It threatens to punish boards for revoking their charter system, and it denies charter petitions later approved by the state. The financial impact is troubling. This bill commits $250,000 per year for 3 years for each new charter school. That's $750,000 per school. With our existing schools already struggling for funding, teacher pay, and building repairs, can we afford this additional expense? This bill even admits insufficient money, saying grants will be reduced if funds run short. Let's be clear what's happening here. We are bribing our school districts to approve charter schools while threatening penalties. Imagine a school board that reviews a charter petition and finds legitimate problems with it. Under this bill, they must either approve it despite their concerns or risk penalties. Is that how we want decisions about our schools, our children's education? This bill also creates unnecessary paperwork. School boards must provide detailed written statements within 20 days when denying a petition. This creates more administrative work for already overloaded school systems. My most concern is how this bill treats charter schools differently than traditional public schools. While we demand strict accountability for our public schools, this bill focuses on only creating more charter schools without giving equal attention to their quality. I, for one, believe in innovation and choice in education. However, the real choice comes from community needs, not state pressure. This bill represents a dangerous shift from local control towards the state overriding local decisions. I urge you to vote against Senate Bill 82 and instead work on real reforms that respect local governance while improving education for all of Georgia's students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Al Williams is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to SB 82, but for a little different reasons. It's not all bad. There are a lot of good points in this bill. Some of you will remember several years ago, I was talking about a bill, and I said, no matter what you do with a skunk, if you spray it with Chanel No. 5, when it wears off, it's still a skunk. This is a skunk, and skunks have good use too. They keep vermin down, and you can make a cap out of it, but it's still a skunk. And local control. When I came to these August halls in 1975, Lieutenant Governor, the Holy Grail was local control. That was the Holy Grail. Now, I don't know whether it was under Annie Smith or who, but somebody stole the Grail. It's no longer a big thing. And we talk about the distinguished gentleman sponsored this bill, whom I have great respect for, talks about the people are saying this. Come on, folk. If you listen to the people in here, we'd have voted on gaming. 82% of the folks said, let us vote. But of course, who are they but voters who you will go home and lay another con game on because you decided they didn't know anything. Now all of a sudden, for the love of the voter, we're going to save you again. Your saving is very painful. I went through a terrible episode a couple of weeks. I had an upper respiratory infection, and thank Dr. Newton for saving my life. because the cure like to kill me. The antibiotics were awful. This cure will kill public education eventually. And that's the real purpose. Because when local control was in place, and local control was the local control we wanted, it was fine. But as demographics changed, local control became a bad word. You're taking money out of public education when some teachers are having to buy supplies to help the children because they don't have the money. The school system does not supply what they need. They go in their pockets. But you've got money to build another charter school. And there are several very successful charter schools in Georgia that were set up by locals. A lot of successfuls. It's worked. Most of you in here products of public schools. Now all of a sudden it's demonic. Nothing wrong with public schools. Something wrong with how we treat them. But don't let this skunk get out the cage because you can't put him back in. One thing about a skunk, he squirts everywhere he goes, and you know he's been there, and we're about to turn him loose on public education again. Let's don't do that. Let's don't do it. This is, and it also, you remember back in the day when Muhammad Ali beat George Foreman? He beat him with the rope-a-dope. He pretended to be being hit, and he just ducked and did the rope-a-dope. This is a rope-a-dope. A rope-a-dope. This is a pretend to help you. But I don't plan on helping you. I'm planning on building some schools where Pookie and Boo Boo's neighbors ain't gonna look the same in the very near future. Don't do this to public education. It's an assault on public education. And please call it what it is. Don't give it a fancy name. Say this is a we don't like public education bill. Call it that. Because that's what it's all about. It's not about anything else. Let's fund public education. And then we can stop bragging one day if we concentrate on public education about being the best state to do business and say we're the best state to do business and the best state to get an education in. Let's do it like that. I talked a little longer than I wanted to, but I know the speaker wanted to hear what I had to say. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
I'm glad you're feeling better. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. We now have a minority report for up to 20 minutes and the chairman's time for up to 20 minutes. I'm going to recognize Whip Sam Park for the first comments. Whip Park, you're going to help everyone manage your time, sir? Thank you very much. Whip Park is recognized. Just hold it, suspend just for a minute, gentlemen. If any conversations need to go into the ante rooms, that'd be the appropriate thing to do. Whip Park, recognized to speak to SB 82.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to SB 82. Now, I know there have been strong comments against this piece of legislation, but, for the most part, I'm open to the idea of publicly funded charter schools, especially if they're able to provide innovative, quality programming, provided that they are formed with the approval of local boards of education because they are under the governance of those local school boards. So let me just highlight some concerns with SB 82, which I do appreciate has been improved. But I think these are concerns also shared with others, including possibly the Georgia School Board Association. So
Let's begin. First, on lines 104 to 142. These lines provide for a punishment of loss of a district's flexibility contract for school districts with 10,000 students and above. This currently applies to 38 districts using the October 24 count. This punishment not only usurps local control of those constitutionally elected local school boards, but it also does not encourage collaboration between a local charter petitioner and the district. There is a fundamental difference between a state charter and a local charter. A state charter is an individual standalone entity. A local charter is part of a school system, and the Georgia Constitution empowers school boards to be in control, which this legislation undermines. Local school boards approve or deny charters for various reasons. Common considerations include that a local charter must be academically successful and fiscally sound. A local charter must fit in with the school district's mission, strategic plan, and goals. There must be a high level of trust in the management and operations of the local charter, and that a local charter should otherwise fulfill unique needs. That's the first concern. Second, on lines 155 to 174, these lines provide for a $250,000 incentive for 3 years on August 1st. This is subject to appropriations by the legislature and can be reduced proportionally. So the incentive grants are not guaranteed, which makes budget planning challenging for local districts. So while there is a carrot, if you want to call it a carrot in here, it is much smaller than the stick, especially when the incentive grants are not otherwise guaranteed. And so, again, I appreciate the intent of the bill, but I do not think that the bill is yet perfect. I think a lot of work still has to happen in order to ensure that we are respecting the Georgia State Constitution with respect to local control of locally approved charter schools, as opposed to forcing local school districts to accept these charter schools by threatening local school boards, by removing their flexibility, which certainly does also have financial implications. So for all those reasons, I encourage members to vote no to Senate Bill 82 with the understanding that the bill is not yet perfect. Hopefully we can come back around sometime before the end of the biennium to continue the work to really ensure that this is a bipartisan piece of legislation and really takes into consideration especially the impact on local school districts. So with all of that said, Mr. Speaker, I will now yield a portion of my time to Representative Jasmine Clark and then Karen Lupton for the remainder of the minority report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the will. Representative Jasmine Clark is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. So today I rise with some strong concerns about SB 82. And I know it has been mentioned a couple of times, but I really want to hone in on lines 148 through 165 of this bill. And I specifically want to hone in on lines 159 through 162. In the event that available appropriations are not sufficient to cover the total amount of such incentive grants provided for in this subsection, the amount of each such grant shall be reduced proportionally, providing incentive grants in equal amounts to each such local board of education. In other words, we are making promises that we may not be able to keep. And I think that that is bad policy. It costs millions of dollars, some estimate about $4 million, to start a new charter school. We are only promising a very small fraction of that initial startup cost. Even if we were even if we were able to keep our promise, we're basically saying we'll give you about $750K of millions of dollars. But the problem is we have written a a way to back out of that promise. We are telling them, you have to do this, and we'll give you money to do it, but if we don't have enough money, you may not get to. This is kind of like offering a reward, and then when you go and say, all right, I'm ready to receive the reward that you said you were going to give me, you say, oh, well, my bank account is empty, so can't give it to you now. That's a problem, and again, that is bad policy, and that is why I am asking you all to vote no on this bill. If we are going to threaten people with penalties for not approving these charters, then we at least need to promise them that we're going to keep our end of the bargain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Representative Lupton, I'm sorry, I didn't see you right down there. My bad. Ladies recognized.
It's all right, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. We need to get an apple box down here or something. Colleagues, I rise today in opposition to SB 82 because I think that SB 82 seeks to undermine the authority of our local elected school boards. I'm very fortunate to know many of the commissioners on our DeKalb Board of School Board, and they work too hard to get elected and work too hard to try to make great decisions for our kids, for their decisions about what's best for DeKalb County schools to be overridden by the state, especially with the language and do bills have attitudes? I think bills can have attitudes. As my previous colleague spoke, that these carrots that we're offering are not guaranteed. And although you look at the dollar amount and you think, hey, what school wouldn't take $250,000 a year for 3 years? Like, come on, guys, wouldn't you do it? The money in lines 166 to 170, the money clearly says this should just be spent by local school boards to get more charter schools. You know, you can hire an admin, you can get some get some better evaluators, but it all has to be spent making and sustaining more charter schools. It's not like you get money for an innovative writing program or something like that. That's not the way this bill is written. And what you're taking away from them is some of the ways that our public schools try to meet specialized needs and try to be innovative, which is those waivers, those local waivers. They say, hey, we get it, state, you need us to do this, but actually we have some different needs in our district. Can we use this money for this? That's a great way that public schools can be flexible. But you want to threaten to take that away if they don't give you the charter schools that the state wants. The state can make charter schools. If the state would like charter schools, the state can get charter schools. But I trust my local district to understand, especially the budget in my school district, to understand whether that can be the best answer for us. Call me stupid, but I just trust the people that I elected, that we trust to run our public schools. Now, over 30, this is just a real rough estimate. I counted, going through the legislative website, I counted just about over 30 principally Democratic bills relating to state education, public education. We're trying to cover everything from school safety. We're trying to cover feeding kids at school. We're talking about revamping the QBE based on what was suggested in 2015 after a big state committee. We're talking about appropriating money for more mental health providers. We're talking about, we heard a bill here about innovative writing programs, we passed it through here. Those are over 30 principally Democratic bills that attend to the needs of our public schools. Are we hearing any of them right now? No, we're talking about siphoning off more money from public schools to give them to charters. Now, our education subcommittee, our education committee, I really am proud of the work that we did under the leadership of our chair. When he called us into order for the very first committee meeting, he said that we have two two primary goals. One is safety and one is literacy. And boy, we have been attacking literacy. We have come up with some great ideas, and we're making a push. We're throwing our legislative weight behind changes to literacy to make a difference in every public school in Georgia. I feel like, well, this bill doesn't have anything to do with safety. It doesn't have anything to do with literacy. What I feel like we could do is that if we put our legislative might to making Georgia's public schools second to none, we could do that if we put our mind to it. Would it be difficult? Yes. We're not scared of hard work. Instead of siphoning off a couple kids here, couple kids here, giving them more money per student, less students per teacher, boy, if we could make our public schools the Xanadu that some charter schools claim to be. Now, I have a great charter actually in my district. It's called the Path Academy, and it serves mostly Latino kids with Spanish-speaking parents. They have a wonderful atmosphere. They're great. They're not meeting their academic standards, so they are being held to an accountability. They are having some issues. But what we need more than threats and more, what's the word I'm searching for? More layer of bureaucracy at our public schools. I'm interested in trying to take a burden off of our public schools so that they can be free to do what else we're asking them to, like change their literacy and do many other important things in the classroom for millions and millions of kids. I'm proud of the bills that my fellow Democrats have dropped, and some of them have been bipartisan, but this bill, hold on. Yeah, we should be making it easier for our local school districts to focus on the special needs that they have for their students. If we can get them the care and the training and the schooling that they need where they live, even better. And we can do that. We have the tools to do that. We have not the will yet, but I hope that we can develop that. This legislation is primarily about forcing a specific political agenda onto local communities once, as another gentleman said, our local communities aren't doing what the state wants them to do, regardless of the voters' wishes. SB 82 fails to address the larger, more pressing issues in Georgia's public education system. Our public schools need increased investments in teachers, infrastructure, and student support services. They need smaller class sizes. They need competitive salaries to attract and retain high-quality educators. They need adequate resources for students with special needs. Instead of focusing on these critical issues, SB 82 diverts attention and funding away from some of those very beneficial policies at the benefit of a few and the expense of the majority. I talk with my hands a whole lot. Additionally, this bill forces local school districts to stretch their already limited budgets even further. So when a new charter school is approved, it doesn't just receive funding, it siphons money away from the local public school that's there. It weakens the ability of our traditional public schools to serve all of their students effectively, creating inequities that hurt the communities that we claim to support. Now, public schools are subject to rigorous oversight, transparency requirements, and state standards that ensure students receive a high-quality education. Charter schools, on the other hand, can sometimes operate with less oversight. And again, they are not governed by people that the people living in that district have elected. They've elected somebody to stand up and make decisions for them. That's their local school board. So SB 82 to me is not about choice, it's about coercion. It pressures local boards into decisions that may not align with their students' best interests. It forces them into difficult financial situations while burdening them with new mandates to drain time and resources. This is not responsible policymaking. This is a blatant attempt to override our local control in favor of an approach dictated top-down by the state. Colleagues, I urge you to consider the consequences of this bill. By passing SB 82, we're sending a message that we don't trust our local school boards, right? They've been elected, but no. Daddy knows best. The state's coming in and going to tell you what you need to do with your money and with your students. We are sending a message that we prioritize political pressure over the actual needs of our students. We're telling communities that their voices don't matter. If their voices are their votes are not mattering, because we just want to toss aside the folks that are sitting and making decisions at the local level. This is not how we build a strong, sustainable public education system. Let's reject SB 82. Let's stand up for the right of local districts to make their own decisions. We may not always agree with them, but they're the ones who have been elected to stand in that place and make those decisions. Let us support policies that are truly going to empower our educators and administrators and families, and perhaps lessen the burden on them instead of constantly adding on. I met with some folks from the from the Georgia Department of Education and asked them, kind of a very simple question. What can we start doing to take things off the plates of teachers in public schools? What can we do? And we had a very productive talk. They showed me some lovely websites, some really great websites that the state has created to provide resources for teachers. But then they told me that, it's the locals that are really overburdening the schools with all of this regulation. It's really the local districts that are doing this. Come on. This is the state saying, no. We're going to pile on more. We continue to ask for blood from a stone, and we're not going to get it. Instead of allowing our public schools to kind of die on the vine, as I said before, we have so much power here to change the narrative and to change the way we approach public school for our students. We have the power to do that. Instead of cherry picking that we want a couple out for special over here and a couple that are special over here, why don't we try to give the best of our resources to every single school? Every single public school. No? Okay. Nobody's interested. Thank you. I appreciate that shout out. A gentleman from the 49th spoke the other day, thank you so much, to another education bill and urged us to look at our state's QBE formula in total, to prep ourselves to work towards the review and reworking of a very complicated QBE formula. I cannot agree more with the gentleman from the 49th. If things are getting tough in our public education space, we're the ones who have the power to fix it. We can review our QBE. We can do the hard work of finding the support for each and every one of our public schools instead of rescuing a few. Schools are not businesses. It's not cereal. You go into a cereal aisle, you got 150 choices for cereal. How many choices do we need? Now, I understand that we have some great charter schools. As I said, one of them is in my district. But please, vote no on 82. Let's find a way to support all of our local public schools. Thank you. Mr. Speaker,
I love those choices on the cereal aisle. I can go ahead and tell you that now. That completes all those that were speaking to the minority report. Now we'll hear the chair's time. I don't see the chair, so I'm going to recognize the vice chair of the Committee on Education to speak to the bill. Representative Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to waive the entirety of my time to Speaker Pro Tem Jones at this time. Thank you.
The Vice Chair has waived the Chair's time and given all the allocated time to the Pro Tem of this House, Representative Jan Jones. Representative Jones is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't need 20 minutes. I'm the lucky pinch hitter for the chairman, who is negotiating feverishly to get us a school safety bill with the Senate, and so he asked me a few minutes ago if I would just come up and say a few words. I just want to say that for the 20 or so years that I've been here, we've been talking about charter schools, and particularly locally approved charter schools, and in that time, very little progress has been made. The first charter school bill was initiated by former Democrat Representative Kathy Ash, and since that time, we've seen some progress, particularly in areas like the city of Atlanta. There's some they're locally approved charter schools doing great work around the state, but it's very few. What this bill does is simply, it's a very modest proposal to encourage local school boards to provide more public school options to students. And it's so that we can have more public charter schools employing public school teachers that are included in the state retirement teachers retirement plan, state health benefit plan, and teaching public school students. In the last 10 years of all these efforts to encourage public authorization by local school boards, guess how many they've approved in 10 years? Three. The state, on the other hand, has approved 56 in that time period. Some of you were here when your voters approved the state charter school amendment. It passed by 58% around the state. The county that approved it at the highest percent in the entire state was Clayton County at 71%. Why? Because parents and students, which I haven't heard a lot of today up here in the well, I mostly heard about systems, districts, school boards. I think I could probably count on two fingers the number of times I heard students and parents, which is what this is aimed at. We've approved them at the state level. Parents around the state, grandparents around the state, approved the state charter school amendment because they don't care about your construct. They want public school choices. They want to attend public schools with public school teachers utilizing state and local dollars. I heard a lot about vouchers, religious schools, privatization. None of that is in this bill. All public charter schools have a nonprofit board, and there is no private in the nonprofit board. They, I heard about vouchers. The bill has nothing to do about vouchers, and let me just make a correction. 2/3 of our state cannot utilize vouchers because there's 1.7 million students, and vouchers can only be utilized by 21,000 students per the bill we passed last year. Backdoor privatization is a non-issue. These are public charter schools. Public dollars remain in public schools, whether they're public charter schools or traditional schools. I've heard over the 20 years I've been here that folks are open to the idea. I heard that, open to the idea of public charter schools, as long as they're under the governance of public school boards. Then you ought to be for this bill, because this bill encourages local authorization. We got a lot of state authorization going on. We're kind of full up there. What we need are locally approved charter schools. And open to the idea, usually when I hear that, it doesn't mean supportive. I'll just say that. But I read the minority report. I don't know where the 2 million, 4 million comes from. I'll just say this. When you have a locally approved charter school, the property tax dollars that are raised for the students that live in that school district stay there and they follow the child to the charter school. They earn QBE. When the state authorizes a public charter school, and that might be where the misunderstanding came about with the dollars, the state's on the hook for both sides of the equation. We pay for the local share and equivalent, and we pay for QBE. Well, it's just not sustainable nor replicable around the state to keep offering the options that your constituents, your students, and your parents want to have them all approved at the state level. It just isn't, because that's not how public education is generally funded in the state. It's a partnership. About 10% comes from the feds, 40% from the locals, and 50% from the state. So if we collectively want to encourage more public charter schools, we need to figure out a way, and this is a very modest proposal to do that, to encourage more locally approved. But in 10 years, 3 have been approved. There are over 20,000 students on the waiting list for those few that exist now. Imagine how many more can't get on a wait list because there's no charter school to get on the wait list for. It's kind of like pre-K. When I hear about the wait list for pre-K, it's irrelevant. If there's no class there waiting to get on a wait list for, I don't know how many would want to be in public pre-K. Well, the same is true for public charter schools. And I encourage you to vote for this. I do have to address, several folks mentioned that the money isn't guaranteed. You know, one legislature cannot legally bind a future legislature. The only way is to put an appropriation in a tax credit or a tax deduction. And until you repeal that, the recipient is due that tax credit or tax deduction. Anything we pass on this floor saying we're going to do this loan grant program, we're going to do that grant program, we're going to do these modest incentives to local school districts to approve local schools is always subject to appropriation. That's not being an Indian giver. That's how the state constitution works. So do keep that in mind on future issues, that it's nothing different than everything we pass, whether it's a loan program for public school teachers or for fallen heroes. It's always due to appropriations. Some of you were here during the Great Recession when we had to cut back and cut back and make cutbacks. And again, that's why we cannot bind a future legislature. So I encourage you to vote for students and parents who are begging for more options. This is not vouchers. If you didn't like vouchers and you're for public schools and public education only, this should be appealing to you. And if you like local control and you want more locally approved charter schools, you should like this bill, because it is a very modest proposal with very minor, I guess you could say, penalties or inducements to encourage public charter schools. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I do ask that you vote for this bill, and I do yield the well. Thank you.
The lady has yielded the will. That completes the chairman's time, and that completes our comments on the bill. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 82, the yeas are 107, the nays are 62. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Members, we're going to pause from the rules calendar and take up a motion or two, and then take up some agrees, disagrees, so we can get some of these issues moving forward. For what purpose does Whip Burchett rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I motion that we recommit Senate Bill 125 back to rules.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 125?
Senate Bill 125 by Senator Walker, the 20th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 15, Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to professional engineers and land surveyors.
On the gentleman's motion that SB 125 be recommitted to Rules Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. Representative Lynn Smith, Chairlady Lynn Smith is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the House. Good afternoon. I make a motion that we agree to House Bill 208 as amended by the Senate.
That's agreed to the Senate sub, right, Chairlady? Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 208 by Representative Smith, the 70th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4286 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to license plates promoting or supporting certain agencies.
Representative Lynn Smith is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is in your folder number 3 of agrees, disagrees. And essentially, the bill is, well, I'll just put it to you this way. Merry Christmas. There are going to be a lot of people who are happy that their organizations can promote what they do in the state of Georgia. To go over it briefly, there are 2 free license plates for veterans who are totally disabled, or not totally disabled, but disabled. The Shepherd Center, the Georgia Veteran Service Foundation, the Southern University Alumni, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, the alumni of Alabama State University, and then what originally started from here was state parks and historic site subdivision and the black bass population. Each person, to qualify for the right to do this, has to meet certain standards established under the DOR. Mr. Speaker?
That's your explanation. Lady, you don't have any questions.
I yield the well. Thank you, Mr.
Ladies,
Speaker. Thank you.
Ladies, yield the well. On the lady's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 208. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, clerk will lock the machine. On House Bill 208, the House has agreed to the Senate substitute 164 to 0. The House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 208. Representative McDonald is recognized for a motion. Representative McDonald. Representative McDonald. Recognized for a motion. Let's get that one on. That microphone's not on.
Sir? Okay.
Now you're good.
Thank you. There we go. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I recommend that we accept the Senate substitute to House Bill 113. As amended.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 113 by Representative McDonald, the 26th, to be entitled Act to amend Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to state government so as to prohibit the state or its agencies from purchasing goods from certain foreign countries or related entities.
Representative McDonald is recognized to present the Senate substitute to House Bill 113. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill 113. This dealt with companies that are owned by foreign adversaries. The only thing that changed in this bill was on line 35 and 40. They just changed the 15 CFR to section 7.4. That was the only change that they made.
Gentleman has a question. He yield for a question from the Minority Leader. Hughley is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I see on line 33, we've changed from the government of Russia to a foreign country of concern. Can you talk about where we're going with this?
The what we've been using was our foreign adversaries. They struck the government of Russia. That was struck in the original bill.
So, who will this affect in terms of agencies and entities? Who are we affecting here?
It does not affect the General Assembly. It affects with anybody that buys their equipment through Department of Administrative Services. The Georgia Technology Authority will create the list going off what our federal government gives us as foreign adversaries, and that they will give that to DOS. It is available to the public, but DOS will be the purchasing power for the state of Georgia.
Will the gentleman yield to one other question?
Yes.
Can you give me an example of an entity that we're trying not to do business with?
Any entity that is buying listed under a foreign adversary group that's given to us by the federal government.
So you don't have an example?
Example of a company?
Yes.
Lexmark, there's some of the companies that are made in China.
Thank you.
Gentlemen,
no other questions, I'll yield the well, Mr. Speaker.
There's one more question.
Sure.
Representative Miller is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Is not the country of Russia a foreign adversary? Why would we strike them?
Because we're not calling out any countries, because Florida is being sued for that right now. So we're just going off the list that we're using, that the federal government's given, called foreign adversaries, and they determine who those people are. Because a foreign adversary could be an adversary now, but could be a foe, a friend 10 years later.
Do you happen to know whether or not Russia is currently considered to be a foreign adversary?
It is on that list, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Gentleman has no
Speaker, I
further
yield the
questions.
question. I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 113. All those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines?
Are we doing Kelly's next?
Yeah. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 146 and nays are 18, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 113. Representative Kelly is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 196.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 196 by Representative Kelly, the 16th, be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 1 of Chapter 18 to Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to state employees' health insurance plans.
Representative Kelly is recognized to explain the Senate substitute to House Bill 196. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if you'll remember, House Bill 196 was a measure that was brought forth to help our small independent pharmacies keep their doors open. We heard many stories from all across our state about the problems with the price fixing and the schemes put forth by our PBMs. There were some small changes made in the Senate at the request of the Department of Community Health, but the underlying goal is still the same, and I think this measure accomplishes it well. I would ask for your favorable consideration, but I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Gentleman has no questions.
Thank you. I ask for your favorable consideration. I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 196, all those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines? On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 166, the nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 196. Representative Corbett, Chairman Corbett is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 351. 351, sorry.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 351 by Representative Corbett of the 174th to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2, Chapter 8 of Title 12 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions regarding solid waste management.
Chairman Corbett is recognized to explain the Senate amendment to House Bill 351. Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the only change that the Senate made was the effective date, and they changed the effective date to January 1, 2026. That's the only change in the bill. I appreciate your support.
The gentleman has no questions. He's yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion, the House agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 351. All those in favor vote yes. Opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines? On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 163, The nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 351. Representative Ballard is recognized for a motion. Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 307.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of House Bill 307?
House Bill 307 by Representative Ballard of the 147th and others to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 6, Chapter 2, Title 20, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to educational programs under the Quality Basic Education Act.
Representative Ballard is recognized to explain the Senate substitute to House Bill 307. Ladies recognized.
Thank you. All that the Senate substitute does, it reiterates that 3Qing will not be used as a primary means of instruction. It pushes out the sunset date for the Literacy Council because they have more work to do, and it adjusts their compensation so that their travel expenses can be taken care of and they can afford to stay in a hotel when they need to. Those are the changes, and I'll take questions.
The lady has no questions.
Okay, thank you. I yield the well.
The lady's yielded the well, the good bill. On the lady's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 307, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk, Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines? On the lady's motion, the yeas are 167, the nays are 0. The House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 307. Representative Kelly is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 199.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 199 by Representative Kelly, the 16th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 15 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to the administration of courts of record generally.
Representative Kelly is recognized to explain the Senate substitute to House Bill 199. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, if you'll remember, House Bill 199 passed this body unanimously. It deals with the personally identifiable information of our judges across our state. And what the Senate change to do is there was a small clerical cleanup that they wanted to make, and they made that, and that's the only change that was made, nothing substantive. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you. I yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 199, all those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? All members voted?
And we have a...
If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines? On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 164, the nays are 0. The House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 199. Representative Jason Ridley is recognized for a motion.
House agree to the Senate substitute amended by the House on House Bill 551.
We're going to agree to the Senate amendments to House Bill 551 as amended by the House. Is that correct? Senate subject. Gotcha. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 551 by Representative Ridley, the 6th, and others to be titled an act to amend Title 40 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to motor vehicles traffic so as to provide for conditions, procedures, and limitations for issuance of a temporary operating permit.
Representative Ridley is recognized to explain the Senate amendments and the House amendment to House Bill 551. The gentleman is recognized.
Colleagues, if you look, there's a substitute on your bill, House substitute. What we've done in this, the Senate, first of all, They added a little booting language in there to put some guardrails on our booters that we've been having an issue with. But the House amendment is on lines 348 to 355. And what that does is do a little carve out for some of our bigger dealers like Carvana and those kind of folks that sell. So this right here just says instead of 250 square foot, if you sell over 500 cars a year, that will work. And the next part is on lines 407 through 418. And what that does is allow the booters to be able to monitor the lots, but still all the underlying stuff is in there as far as the signage, no sharing profits with the landowners, and that's all the bill does. I'll stand for any questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the House amendment? Hearing none, the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendments to House Bill 551 as amended by the House, all those in favor will vote yes, those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines? On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 162, the nays are 3, and the House has agreed to the Senate's amendments to House Bill 551 as amended by the House. Whip Burchett is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion that we accept the Senate substitute to Senate Bill 69. Agree, Scar, agree. Let me try that again. I make a motion that we agree to the Senate amended to the House substitute of Senate Bill 69.
Mr. Clerk, excellent. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Senate Bill 69 by Senator Kennedy, the 18th, to be entitled an act to amend Title 7 and Article 5 of Chapter 11 of Title 9 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to banking and finance, depositions and discovery under the Georgia Civil Practice Act.
Whip Burchett is recognized to explain the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Bill 69.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm asking that we agree to this substitute as amended on the Senate floor. And what this does, it doesn't change anything substantive in the Senate Bill 69. It changes the effective date in Senate Bill 68. If you recall, there were several procedural provisions in Senate Bill 68 and several evidentiary provisions in 68, of which Sections 6 and 7, premises and collateral source, were their effective date didn't apply to cases that were already undertaken. What we're doing with this amendment in Senate Bill 69 is also making the other evidentiary provision of 68, the seatbelts, not apply retroactively to cases that are already being considered. And that's what the amendment does, and I'll stand for a question.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman's yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Bill 69. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines? On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 120, the nays are 42. And this House has agreed to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Bill 69. Representative Holt Persinger is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House agree to the Senate substitute to HB 268.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption? Before I recognize Representative Persinger, this is our school safety bill, and it has several pages to it. The Senate has passed it, and I'm going to let Representative Persinger explain those changes in just a minute, but we are printing the bill so it can be on the member's desk so you can see exactly what those changes are. So I'm going to ask recognize the representative to withdraw his motion. Representative Persinger.
Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw my motion.
That will be temporary as soon as we have it on the member's desk, so you all will have full acknowledgement of the bill. We'll come back to that. We're going to move on to a supplemental local calendar. Should be on your desk. I'm going to recognize Chair Lady Beth Camp for a motion. And for what purpose does she rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remove House Bill 851 and House Bill 852 from the local calendar and remit it to the Intergovernmental Coordination Committee.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 851 by Representative Gaines of the 120th Athens, Clark County. House Bill 852 by substitute by Representative Gaines of the 120th Athens, Clark County.
On the lady's motion that House Bill 851 and House Bill 852 be recommitted to the Intergovernmental Coordination Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. On your supplemental calendar, local calendar, third reading and passage of uncontested local bills. If there is no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote without House Bill 851 and 852 on that calendar. Hearing none, it is so ordered. Mr. Clerk, will you read the local calendar?
House Bill 756 by substitute by Representative Jackson of the 165th, Chatham County.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill, Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill on the local calendar will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted on the local calendar. All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines? On the passage of the supplemental local calendar, the yeas are 167, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Thank you, members, for your attention. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 151? Back onto the rules calendar, members. Back onto the rules calendar. Senate Bill 151, 151.
Senate Bill 151 by Senator Beach, the 21st and others, to be titled an act to create the Joint Development Authority of North Fulton Municipalities. This bill having referred to the Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Pro Tem Jan Jones is recognized to speak to Senate Bill 151. Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is completely different from the bill that came over from the Senate. I took that bill out and constructed something regarding the Fulton County Development Authority that the county is neutral on. All of the North Fulton mayors support it, and I worked also with the Fulton County Development Authority. The legislation only affects Fulton County. Those of you who've been around have seen we've done a number of bills like this over the years, particularly since 2005 when the county started municipalizing and is now completely municipalized with the exception, I believe, of Charlie Brown Airport. They did not want to go into a city, and they are the only unincorporated area in the county. What the bill does is it allows the 6 North Fulton cities by resolution to opt out of the Fulton County Development Authority's ability to offer property tax incentives. I narrowed the bill up. I took it back to committee a second time to incorporate some language from the Fulton County Development Authority chairman to make it more palatable to them. What's happened is we have 2 legacy cities in North Fulton who have their own development authority, and they do not necessarily want to compete with another development authority. I did not include the other 9 cities in Fulton County because I don't represent them, and some of them have expressed interest in similar legislation next year, and I would support that, but I wanted to leave that up to the legislators who I didn't know what all 9 cities would want, and I wanted to leave that up to them to make the best decision for them. The reason it's general law and not local law is because development authority is contained in general law. So to make a change like this to allow cities to opt out, it had to be general law. I had a similar bill a number of years ago that separated the city of Atlanta from the rest of Fulton County because the city of Atlanta wanted to increase their MARTA sales tax by 50%, and so it made it work better for the entire county to allow them to do that independent of the rest of Fulton County, and the rest of Fulton County had a higher percentage for a T-splost, which seemed to be more desired by the cities in South Fulton and in North Fulton. I did delay the implementation until January 2026 to allow the Fulton County Development Authority to work with the different cities. I have no reason to believe the cities will or will not opt out, but I'll leave that to their decision making. I will say this, it is Currently and in the future, if a city opts out of the Fulton County Development Authority and they choose later to opt back in, they would have that right. I didn't need to specifically mention that in the bill because a current city council cannot obligate a future city council on a decision such as that. With this, I'd be happy to take any questions.
The lady has no questions.
Well, thank you, and with that, I would appreciate your favorable vote on this bill. Thank you.
The lady's yielded well. We have a couple of folks who want to speak. They're opposed. I'm going to ask them to hold it to 5 minutes or less, if you will. And so we have two speakers. The first will be Representative Park Cannon, is recognized to speak to Senate Bill 151. Representative Cannon. And give the lady your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. I rise today in opposition to this legislation, sitting as the chair of the Fulton County delegation. We have had over 10 meetings this legislative session to which we have discussed measures that have impacted or could have impact on Fulton County and have requested that the stakeholders come before us and let us know. On our last meeting, we actually had this bill, Senate Bill 151, on our bad legislation list, and we're pretty surprised to see it sitting here today because of the concerns that we have had, that ultimately the parties involved were approached and told, I'm doing something, and you either get along with it or you don't. And then came back around to our delegation and said, well, you know, folks are actually okay with it. And so, again, this is that local bill, should have been a local bill, impacts all 15 cities in Fulton County, and Fulton County has not been asked. Now, I will say that the Fulton County External Affairs Department is neutral on this bill, but that's only because they don't have a meeting until Wednesday to which they can look at this new version of this legislation. You know, this is like you have a bucket. You tell somebody you have a bucket, everybody can put something in the bucket. And then you say, you know what? I've decided I'm taking this bucket away, but I'm going to give a few cups. And if you want to put some things in those cups, good for you. If you don't, well, then just too bad. Delaying the implementation date, again, it's not something that is to the benefit of these cities that used to have a bucket and now might be able to opt in or out of a cup. I ask that you vote in opposition to this bill. There's more work to be done, and respectfully, the power players, the individuals impacted by this, they should be asked how they feel about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Ladies yielded the well. We had one more speaker, but she waves. We have one speaker in favor, and I'm going to recognize Chairman Martin speaking in favor of the bill. Up to no longer than 5 minutes at the most.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just speak, if I can, to Senate Bill 151, and let me do this because people come to the well and they say things because they say things, I guess they think they're true. This is a general bill. This affects general law, therefore it's a general bill. It's a general bill. That's all there is about that. And what this bill does is it allows the cities in North Fulton, and as the pro tem spoke, it could allow the cities in South Fulton, if they choose to next year, it allows them to have the say as to what development authority can work in their city. Doesn't keep them from working with the Fulton County Development Authority, doesn't stop them from doing it at all. Does not stop them from working with that. They can opt by resolution to not allow them to do it, and then later they can opt back to allow them to do it again. So we hear a lot about local control and taking things away from people. This takes nothing away from any city in North Fulton. It takes nothing away from the Fulton County Development Authority that the cities want to have happen. So I would just stand here before you today. This is a general law. It comes forward to us for our vote because it affects development authority language in the general code section. And the cities in North Fulton support this because it gives them local control within their municipal bounds. And I ask members, let's don't make this a partisan issue. This is a local control issue for the people in North Fulton this year. And as the sponsor of the bill said, should the folks in South Fulton want to do this next year, I stand with them and would support them in doing so. I hope you will support the members in North Fulton, and by that I mean the city members in North Fulton, in passage of Senate Bill 151. I yield the well.
Gentlemen, as yielded the will, that completes our discussion on Senate Bill 151. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. For what purpose does Representative Derek Jackson rise?
No, I had the question for the...
He waves. He waves. All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 151, the yeas are 101, the nays are 63. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 212, 212.
Senate Bill 212 by Senator Still of the 48th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Part 14 of Article 6, Chapter 2, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to other educational programs under the Quality Basic Education Act, so as to prohibit the disclosure of public student directory information to political candidates, campaign committees, political action committees. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Todd Jones is recognized to present Senate Bill 212.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I come to you with the House substitute of Senate Bill 212. We have spoken about two different bills today, have spoke about student safety, making sure that we are protecting the sanctity of the child, and 212, I think, speaks to that completely. Because frankly, I was surprised that FERPA or current law did not already cover this, because this is effectively the contact data of a student. Senate Bill 212 does two important things. The first thing it does is it prohibits a school district from basically transferring that child's information to a campaign, a candidate, or a PAC. The second thing it does is that under the cloak of, I'll say, legitimacy, we have seen organizations go into K-12 institutions. We're talking about K-12. Have gone in under the auspices of effectively going in for registration to vote, getting that data, and transferring it to a campaign or a PAC. We must protect our children. We must protect that data. This bill does those two things. It does something else that's very important, and I want to say thank you to the minority party. They added in an exception in Section 1 that ensures that we can, for legitimate reasons, with the permission of the school, of course, which I think many of us go into K-12 institutions, we can go there to basically have a registration to vote. We can go there to ensure that they are signing up for their selective service. We can go there for a town hall, again, with the approval of the principal or the appropriate person within the school. That's found within lines 42 to 55. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of not just the majority party, but also minority party on this, because we're talking about data. We're talking about data of minors, and we must at all times put a protective shield over these individuals to ensure that their information is not getting out, especially for nefarious purposes. We talk all the time about, is there a problem? There is. In 2024, this exact issue occurred in Gwinnett, Fulton, and Forsyth County schools. We had instances of a campaign doing an ORR for public records to the school of 9th through 12th graders. For those of you who do not know, going into 9th, you can still be 13 years old, 14 years old, trying to attain that data through a public records request. A campaign also went into high schools in those same 3 school districts, acting as if they were there to register to vote, help these individuals who are 17 to register to vote, when in fact it was there, or they were there, to collect the data of these minors to transfer to a candidate's database and potentially into a PAC. I ask each of you to consider that during the debate over the last couple of bills, we spoke a lot about student safety. We talked about making sure that our children are protected. This, in fact, is a common sense piece of legislation that ensures that the good actors are, in fact, good actors, and those bad actors, we are throwing over them a shield to say, no, we're going to protect our minors and make sure that their data stays with them. Mr. Speaker, that's the completion of my summary, and I'll yield for any questions.
Gentleman has a couple of questions. Representative Jasmine Clark, to your left, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, Representative.
I want to call your attention to line 92 and 93. It speaks to having candidates quote, solicit individuals under 18 to fraudulently organize an event. What do you mean by that? Like, can you expound on how someone would fraudulently organize an event?
Yes, Representative Clark, it goes to my last example. We know that a campaign went into, for instance, Forsyth County schools under the auspices of a registration to vote, when in fact the data of the minors was taken in by that campaign and then transferred into a candidate's database. So what we wanted to be able to do in 92 through, 100 was to ensure that we wanted to object to overtly any type of fraudulent activities that would occur in the K through 12 space, especially as it pertains to those individuals' data.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, Representative.
So I understand what you mean. We want to make sure to protect our students. I also have a student in high school, and I definitely want her to be protected. I guess what I'm concerned about is, how are we defining which events are fraudulent or which ones are not? And how do we make sure that this doesn't stop groups from coming in and doing voter registration drives in our high schools, which I think is very important?
Yes, Representative, and again, that's why I called out the minority party, and we appreciate the partnership in creating this bill. Lines 42 through 55 speak through exactly what you're asking on the latter part of your question, which is, if you go to lines 42 through 45, you will see that we want what you just said in terms of registration to vote. 46 through 47 talks about selective service, and then what 48 through 55 does is effectively say that you're attesting in writing that you are here for a legitimate purpose, you have informed the school of that legitimate purpose, and you have committed to not, and I want to be clear, actively not transfer to a candidate, a PAC, or a campaign.
So, gentlemen, further, a tiny question.
I'm sorry. Yes, and I'll try to do a tiny answer.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So a lot of times when they do the voter registration, some groups use like an app to do it. Would this prevent them from being able to use those apps for that purpose?
Again, I would say would not prevent the app as long as they attest to and follow what hopefully will be a statute that they are not transferring that data to the campaign, the candidate, or to the PAC.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Those tiny questions and answers are eliciting more questions, I can tell you that. So let's see. How about Representative Dubnik, Chairman Dubnik? You got something to add to this?
Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman's
Speaker.
recognized.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, is it not true that by prohibiting the disclosure of this student data that we are taking further steps to control and protect their individualized personal data so that that's not released to the general public as well?
I think the chairman is exactly correct. That's one of the aims of this bill is to ensure that that minor's data remains the responsibility of the minor, and of course the parent or the guardian. So thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great bill.
The gentleman has numerous other questions, and we have about 5 or 6, 7 speakers that could bring some clarity to this deal. But I'll give you another question to recognize one if you'd like.
No, Mr. Speaker, given the number of the number of speakers and the time of the day, I'm going to go ahead and yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
Thank you. Good job. The gentleman has yielded the well. Let's see. We have about 5 speakers that are opposed to Senate Bill 212. I'm going to give you 4 minutes, a max, absolute max of 5 minutes each. Hope y'all can hold it to 4 minutes or less. That would be awesome, not awful, awesome. You know what I meant. So we're going to recognize Representative Berry and Representative Barnes. You're on deck. Representative Berry is recognized. The gentleman is recognized for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to Senate Bill 212 because it is no secret that I'm the youngest person in this chamber. The media has heralded long about how I and the gentleman from the 42nd are the first Gen Z representatives. Because of that, I am someone who has lived through the very struggles this bill seeks to deepen. My background is different from a lot of you. I'm someone who has organized, who has marched, and who has fought for the voices of this bill that seeks to silence. I don't use silence lightly because there are some bills that we have passed this session with hopefully unintentional harms, but SB 212 doesn't try to mask it. It is about power. It is about fear. It is about silencing a generation that is standing up and demanding change. This bill is a direct attack on the rights of young people, of black and brown students, of first-time voters, and I will not stand by while those in power attempt to strip them of their voice, their vote, and their future. I'm a math teacher, but allow me to give you a history lesson. The day is May 3rd, 1963. Children, as young as 5 and 6 years old, to those 16, 17, 18, walk out of school to march the streets to demand freedom and opportunity. They didn't march in unfamiliar territory. They marched on their own streets. Streets where they worshiped, streets where they played, streets where they spent time and money. And what happened on this day, on these streets? An authoritarian who wanted to silence them and their fight for freedom released dogs and water hoses on children. Over 1,000 children were arrested that day. Some of you in this chamber probably remember that day, those images. That only happened because Dr. King understood the benefit and the power of the young voice. He reached out to young people because he understood their hunger. Had SB 212 been in effect then, he would have been in jail. A moment that changed history and the course of this nation as we know it would have never happened if this bill had been in effect. I've seen the hearings and read the bill thoroughly and through. There are so many lies behind this bill. SB 212 does not protect students. It protects politicians who are terrified of the power young voters hold. This legislature has no problem with schools handing student data over to military recruiters, no problem with corporations using student data and information to sell them credit cards and loans or other predatory products. But the moment the same information is used that can help a student register to vote, suddenly we need privacy protections. This bill is not about privacy. It's about stopping students from organizing, mobilizing, and turning out to vote in record numbers, just as they have before and as they will again. So we've seen this playbook before. Every time young people, especially young black and brown voters, turn out in record numbers, the rules suddenly change. And every time the justification is the same. Some vague, ill-defined, fraudulent event that no one can quite explain, but somehow demands urgent legislative action. Let's be real. What exactly is this fraudulent event? When did it happen? Who was responsible? Where's the proof? You would think that if something so serious actually occurred, we'd be getting specific details and names and dates and evidence. But instead, we get this legislative equivalent to the trust me, bro. In the spirit of March Madness, it's like someone claiming they lost a basketball game because of bad calls without pointing to a single replay. If you can't tell us what actually happened, maybe, just maybe, it didn't. And yet here we are again, debating a bill that claims to address a problem that does not exist. SB 212 takes real, tangible steps to limit civic engagement based on an imaginary threat. It makes it harder for student-led organizations to connect with their elected officials, the same officials they may have soon have the power to replace. It restricts access to voter education efforts based on nothing more than a whispered rumor of wrongdoing. So I ask my colleagues, are we really going to write laws based on ghost stories? Are we really going to continue to act like democracy is under attack just because some people don't like who's participating in it? Because if we keep moving this direction, we won't just be solving a problem that doesn't exist, we'll be creating a real one. A government that legislates based on myths instead of facts is far more dangerous to democracy than any so-called fraudulent event could ever be. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Gentleman is yielded the well. The chair recognizes Representative Barnes to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand in opposition to SB 12. While I support some of it, there are some problems in the bill that I feel like we need to address. While the intent on SB 12 may be to protect student information and prevent inappropriate political activity, its unintended consequences could limit civic engagement for these youth, create legal confusion, burden schools, and reduce opportunities for some students, and especially those in under-resourced communities. While SB 212 is presented as a measure to protect student privacy and uphold election integrity, it raises several concerns and potential disadvantages for some students. One major issue is that it may discourage voter engagement. It may discourage our young voters from voting. It's hard to get them to the polls as it is, and with some type of loophole, it could discourage them all the way around. By requiring individuals who help students register to vote or sign up for the selected service to sign written waivers and comply with new rules, this could also deter these young individuals from wanting to vote. This is especially troubling given that young people already face barriers to civic engagement, as we are making it hard for them to protest on campus. They already have barriers, so we are actually implementing more barriers. This bill's prohibitions on sharing student directory information with political entities could also restrict important forms of political speech. So we could be shutting these children's speech down as well. It does not distinguish between partisan campaigns and educational outreach efforts. So if the military was coming into the schools to try to recruit these students, that's okay, and their information is okay to be shared in that aspect, but not this aspect. It doesn't distinguish between those two. It could unintentionally prevent students from receiving information about issues that directly impact their lives, so we could be shutting down the ability for them to gain information on other issues, such as school funding and voting rights or public safety. This raises the risk that schools become more isolated from the broader civic landscape. Additionally, like all my other colleagues were saying, that fraudulently organizing an event and unauthorized persons is not clearly defined, so I feel like we need to define those more clearly as well. And SB 212 could have disproportionate impact on students in marginalized communities who schools serving low-income, rural, or minority students often rely on external organizations for civic education and outreach. So this could put a barrier on that as well. By restricting these partnerships, the bill could reduce access to these critical resources for these marginalized communities. Student data is routinely shared with third-party vendors for educational technical companies, for military recruiters, as I said earlier, yet this legislation does not include measures to regulate that or protect against those forms of data sharing. While I know we're tired of listening to all of us speak, I just want to reiterate that this does not protect students from as much as we think it does. It actually puts a barrier and a burden on our students. So I hope that we rethink this and put this back to do some more work on this SB 212. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Representative Adina to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker pro tem. Members, I rise in opposition to this bill. I always ask, why is the author writing the bill? What is the purpose of the bill? Who does the bill serve? While the stated goal of SB 212 is to protect student and voter privacy, the bill's broad restrictions and vague language may have unintended consequences that limit civic engagement, confuse implementation, and chill legitimate nonpartisan activity in schools. Overreach that could limit nonpartisan civic education. The bill could have chilling effect on legitimate nonpartisan voter registration efforts in schools. While school staff are exempted, outside civic groups like the League of Women Voters or student-led democracy clubs may avoid engagement for fear of violating ambiguous provisions. Written attestations for simply helping students register to vote could discourage volunteers from participating altogether. Vague and broad definitions risk misinterpretation. The terms political organization, acting on behalf of and fraudulently organized are not clearly defined and could be subject to political misuse or over-enforcement. Unclear language may lead to unequal application depending on political views or affiliations of those involved. Suppresses our youth political engagement. This will prohibit minors from organizing campaign-related events, even voluntarily, may suppress civic interests and political learning at a formative age. Students often engage in political activity as part of classes or clubs. This law could penalize or silence their initiative. Potentially undermines trust in schools. By placing criminal penalties and burdensome rules around activities like voter registration, the bill may lead schools to overcorrect and restrict all political activity, even when allowed. How many of you have been asked by one of your local high schools' political clubs to attend one of their meetings? Parents and students may lose trust in the school environment that are perceived as politically silenced or overly policed. FERPA already gives families the right to opt out of directory information disclosures. This bill may duplicate or conflict with federal law, creating administrative confusion for schools. Weaponizing election law enforcement by adding harsh penalties for new subjective offenses like fraudulent school events, organizations, the bill opens the door to politically motivated prosecutions, especially targeting youth activists or marginalized communities. So why? To be frank, this piece of legislation was born from a desire for retribution. What? What does this bill do? It does cause confusion. It's still very vague, and we still have to work on the language. And who does it not serve? It does not serve our students, it does not serve our parents, and it does not serve our constituents. And for that, I ask you, and I urge you to vote no on this bill. Madam Speaker, pro tem, I yield the well. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Representative Sanchez to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise here to oppose SB 12, not because I don't believe we must protect students' data. I firmly believe we have to protect students' data, and I think there are some great parts in this bill that do that. The main issue is, of course, in Section 3, lines 92 through 100, where a campaign, PAC, or organization can't organize an event with a student under the 18 fraudulently. What does that mean, exactly? It's not defined in this bill. What I'm worried about is that fraudulent term being used to chill and silence the First Amendment rights of our students. At a time where students in this country are being disappeared for exercising those First Amendment rights as well. We talk about how it's great when students get civically engaged, that we need more young people getting involved. Why aren't the youth getting involved? We keep talking on both sides of the aisle how to get young voters engaged in public service and politics and how to get them to vote. And then Gen Z becomes the most politically active youth generation since the baby boomer generation. And now suddenly the majority of parties like, hey, whoa there, not like that. Is it because the youth are demanding gun control, swift action against climate change, affordable housing, free public education, a living wage? Is it because of that y'all don't like those things? Again, I want to reiterate, if Section 3 was removed from this bill, I would support this measure. But that is, as it stands, we cannot chill and silence the voices of anyone in this state, including our students. Our children will be attacked by this bill, with their First Amendment rights being attacked. When I represent my constituents, I don't only represent just those who can vote. Yes, I have over 30,000 registered voters in my district, but I have nearly 60,000 constituents, many of them students and children under 18. Their thoughts, their opinions, and their civic engagement matters just as much as their parents. And there are many students in your district as well who deserve representation and deserve to have a voice just like anyone else. We have pages and high school students come to these halls. We applaud them for their civic engagement, but now we want to limit that engagement, their First Amendment rights. We want to punish them if they engage in a way we don't like. What kind of democracy are we creating with the passage of SB 212 as it is currently? So I urge my colleagues to vote no on SB 212 because we cannot silence voices just because you disagree with them. Let's continue to be a democracy. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Representative Howard to speak to the bill. He waves. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. There is a minority report. The chair recognizes Representative Wilkinson to speak to the minority report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to oppose Senate Bill 212, and I think we can all agree that we want to protect our children's information. My issue comes on lines 42. So in committee, we talked about the crazy idea of a legislator being a parent of a public school student. A legislator being a parent of a public school student, which I was. Under this bill, you can't separate David Wilkerson parent, David Wilkerson PTA parent from David Wilkerson legislator. Those are all connected. David Wilkerson campaign is not David Wilkerson Powder Springs resident. They're not different people. So under this bill, if I come in for a career day, which is not open to the public, just so you know, in public schools, career days are not open to the public. It is a meeting in the classroom, and if I say, by the way, make sure you register to vote and make sure you register for selective service, I have to sign a form as a parent/legislator under this bill, and that's what this says. So the reality is that the people that are doing the right thing are continuing to do the right thing. And you will have some people, some knuckleheads that will go out there and try to get information they shouldn't be getting, but this bill is going to cause a lot of issues. I just hope, and I have one request of the majority party, one request. When we passed the divisive concepts bill a few years ago, it only applied when it attacked Republicans. I sent many emails about divisive concepts attacking this last election, a Democratic candidate, and it went on unheard ears, both within the hallway and within this body. So please make sure that if we pass a bill, make sure we apply it to everybody fairly. And in this case, that means as a legislator, if you ever venture inside of a school and you ever tell anybody to register, or you'll be at an event where they can come and participate and get involved in their civic duties, that you make sure you sign an attest that you are not, well, that you sign a test that you're doing that. And I would like to see that if we're going to do that, put it on the ethics website. So anytime anybody does it, we publicly disclose that we're doing it. Because right now, this bill is going to penalize those of us that have chosen to be in public schools, because it doesn't impact private schools, my understanding. Those that have chosen to be in public schools is going to impact us. And I just ask that we treat everybody the same way, and we want our students to be engaged. But if we could take a look at those lines, fix it, I would appreciate it. Otherwise, for now, I would say please vote no on this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Chair recognizes Representative Evans to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm going to add my voice to the chorus here against Senate Bill 212. Not because I want our students' information to be out there willy-nilly, that I think we should all be able to get it and talk to them like it seems like some people think. No, that's not what I think. I don't think that's what anybody in here thinks, and I also don't think that's able to happen now. I think there's federal law that protects our students' information, and reference was made to the ghost situation during the last campaign, and I think that's exactly what it is. I don't think anybody's information got out there, or at least no one's shown me that. But if you want to protect student information, that's fine. You want to have an extra law that does exactly what federal law already does, I guess that's fine. My concern comes in Section 3, which starts technically on line 87. My concern comes in on line 92, and this is where we have this language that says, no candidate campaign committee or political action committee, and on, shall solicit any individual under 18 years old to fraudulently organize an event on the property of any local school system, and on and on and on. You can skip down to the last section on lines 99 to 100. Let's just go together here as if we're reading in church to make sure we're clear. Section 3, line 92. No candidate, campaign committee, or political action committee shall solicit any individual under 18 years to fraudulently organize an event on the property of a local school system. Skip down to line 99. When such event is otherwise prohibited by law or policy of the local school system or an individual school thereof. So what this means is you can't fraudulently induce a student to participate in an event that they are already prohibited from holding. Let me say that one more time. This law says a candidate cannot solicit a student to engage in an event at a school that the student already cannot participate in. Not just that the candidate can't participate in, but that the school can't participate in. So why are we doing this? It also only prohibits soliciting someone under 18 to participate in these events that they're already not allowed to participate in. So I guess you could solicit a teacher in the public school all day, every day, to participate in an event that the teacher's not allowed to participate in on school grounds. Why? Why is that okay? Why are we doing this? Maybe somebody has an agenda here. Maybe they want to use this for something else. Okay, let's pretend like this even is a problem for a second, that we can't fraudulently induce someone to participate in an event that they already can't do, which means that would never be held at the school, unless we just assume that every teacher, every principal, every school board, everybody is asleep and is letting the student participate in an event that they are already not allowed to do, and someone solicited them to do it. We've made this unlawful. Let's just pretend like all that happens. Then what? What are we going to do? What are we going to do to this person who's fraudulently induced someone to do something that they were never allowed to do and never would do? It's never happened. It really is a ghost event. Since there's no real effect if somebody does this thing that is never going to happen, federal law already protects the data. The only thing I'm trying to just apply common sense logic to this bill. The only thing I can think of is that we're trying to chill the young people. We're either doing that or we're giving somebody campaign fodder for an anticipated opponent. It's one of those things. And I would submit, ladies and gentlemen, that we have much better things to do down here. It's very exciting to get a bill that says relating to educational programs under the Quality Basic Education Act. You think, oh, wait, maybe we're going to actually address the Quality Basic Education funding formula that hasn't been rewritten since Joe Frank Harris was governor in the 1980s when I was about 2. No, what we're doing here is we are either giving campaign fodder to someone and or we're chilling young people. And, I have 2 thoughts about this. I think it's already hard enough to get students to engage in politics because, let's be honest, y'all, we are not the cool kids in here. We're just not. It's not the coolest thing to do in high school to be involved in politics. So it's already hard enough for that reason. But even with all that being said, we probably have young people participating in politics at as high a rate as I've seen. Why do we want to pour cold water on that? And I think that goes on both sides. I think all of us in here have probably had to answer questions that we'd rather not answer because young people are paying attention. So is this to protect us from having to answer to the questions that come out of the mouth of babes? Maybe. And why do we want to discourage? This will also chill us in this room from going out and talking to students and engaging with them for fear that we're going to be questioned about whether we are trying to fraudulently induce them into an event that they're not allowed to hold. And then when a student is holding an event that they are allowed to hold, maybe somebody thinks it's an event that they're not allowed to hold, and then they're going to get questioned. Who put you up to this, Missy or little mister? I don't want people coming to me because I'm talking to students and trying to engage them in the process, and I don't want people scaring our children. And it's, I appreciate that Representative Wilkerson and I were able to come up here and speak with some of our younger members that were lined up here. It makes me feel youthful. But this is how I got my start, was with Young Democrats. And I know some of y'all in here got your start with Young Republicans. It never even crossed my mind that somebody would think somebody was putting me up to it. And I would like to think that it never crossed the minds of those candidates that I got to engage in, that somebody was coming over to them and thinking that they were trying to get me involved in something that I wasn't supposed to be involved in. That just invites a whole layer of inquiry and interrogation in a process that we should be encouraging. So it's very disappointing that we've had to take up so much time to talk about a bill that really does nothing, stops nothing, and even if we pretend like it stops something, we don't do anything about it in this bill. What? So what? If a person violates what we put out in line 92, nothing is going to happen. So in summary, this bill does nothing. If it does anything, it chills participation in political process, which is something that I would hope this deliberative body would not want to be for. And so I hope you will join me in denying campaign fodder, denying the chilling of political participation by our young people, and vote no on this bill. Thank you. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes Chairman Irwin for the chairman's time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And colleagues, let me begin by saying that there's been an attack on student data going on for quite a while. And it is imperative that we protect that data for our students. There's also, colleagues, a attack on their time within the classroom for learning. And we must take action to defend our students' time to be engaged in the learning and what we're requiring to them. And it just seems like we keep loading that plate up with more and more distractions, but requiring more and more of their time. So, colleagues, the passage of Senate Bill 212 is not just about amending statutes. It's about affirming our dedication to the well-being and privacy of Georgia's students. Let's come together to support this essential measure, reinforce the walls that protect our educational spaces and unwarranted political intrusion. So, Madam Speaker, what I'd like to do to somebody who's been much more engaged in this process and understanding what this bill really does, I would like to turn over the remaining of the time, Chairman's time, to Chairman Jones.
Gentleman has yielded the well, and the chair recognizes Chairman Jones to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have debated this for some time, but I thought it was important to come back in and just clear up a couple of things. I think first and foremost, there's been a lot talked about assembly, speech, engagement, and I can't tell you how much I agree with all three of those things when it comes to younger voters. When it comes to younger individuals who will become voters, we want to get them engaged into the process. This bill does nothing to their First Amendment right around speech, around assembly. Matter of fact, there's a lot of things that we go to where we're not collecting data. As a matter of fact, I would argue 95% of the political activities we go to have nothing to do with collecting data. All this is saying is if you collect the data, if you do it under the auspices of, for instance, voter registration, then use it for voter registration. What happens if that 17-and-a-half-year-older thinks that he or she has already registered because they registered at the school, and instead of doing the right thing and registering that person, that fraudulent entity literally just took the data and moved it over to a campaign, to a candidate, or to a PAC? Second, there has been a question inside of the well around why is this needed? We can provide data to provide you information and backup that this occurred in Gwinnett, Fulton, and Forsyth. The first, the fourth, and the fifth largest school districts in our state. Let's have that conversation. Third, there was a comment made from the well regarding if fraudulent was defined. I can assure you fraud is defined in the OCGA. 23-2-51. Take a look at that definition and then apply it to lines 92 through 100, and hopefully that will help you turn from a no to a yes. And then finally, a comment was made in the well regarding FERPA, the federal law around student data and student data privacy. I was actually shocked that FERPA does not cover this exact situation when someone fraudulently goes into a K-12 entity and tries to lure minors in terms of their data. Before I close up, I want to again reiterate number one. Under no way, shape, or form is this a First Amendment discussion. In my mind, the waters have been muddied when we talk about the idea that this is in fact discouraging these young individuals from doing what is their constitutional right. As a matter of fact, I'll be the first one with a bullhorn telling them, get together, have that conversation. Be passionate about the things that you believe in. Campaign, persuade, do the things that we do in here, but with your colleagues. Just don't do it when you're taking their data and giving it to someone they shouldn't be giving it to, because you know why? It can be used for the wrong reason. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. For what purpose does Representative Cannon rise?
Well, I had a question. I mean, we're in limbo right now. May I still ask the question?
Parliamentary inquiry.
A parliamentary inquiry, please.
Certainly.
Is it not true that there has been no lawsuits spoken to in the well regarding the misuse of student data, nor what the Board of Education has said, which now will have to weigh in on this measure?
I'm sure the lady believes that to be true. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 98, the nays were 66. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. For what purpose does Representative Miller rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Madam Speaker, is it not true that if this alleged fraudulent activity had occurred, that it should be reported to the ethics office and investigated?
The lady is a learned attorney, and I'm sure she believes that to be true.
Thank you.
On the passage, well, it passed. Thank you.
Members, you have some more additional information on your desk now, but we're going to take up some agrees, disagrees. I'm going to recognize Representative Saines for a motion. Representative Saines for a motion. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd motion to agree to the Senate substitute as amended to House Bill 266.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 266 by Representative Saines, the 180th, be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 7, and Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to imposition rate computation exemptions and credits for state income tax.
Representative Saines is recognized to explain the substitute and the House amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the hour is late, so for the price of one green button, I'm presenting to you two great pieces of legislation. The first section of the House substitute goes back and modifies the military retirement income credit the military retirement income deduction. It modifies it from $17,500, which is in place right now, to a total of $65,000. We previously had a ladder increase. It simply goes to the final destination of $65,000. So again, only for the military retirement income. And then starting on line 24, we are taking what you've previously seen in House Bill 330, which favorably reported out of the Ways and Means Committee, and it allows for more flexibility for the law enforcement foundations. It two very important things. It allows for one foundation to benefit multiple agencies. Right now we're limited to one, and as well as allows for more flexibility in what those foundations can do in terms of supporting that local public safety agency that it supports. Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
Gentleman has no questions. He's yielded the well.
Thank you.
Is there any objection to adoption of the House amendment to the Senate substitute? Hearing none, and the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 266 as amended by the House, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Prince rise?
Make a motion.
State it.
Pursuant to House Rule 133, I ask to be excused from this vote.
The gentleman has that right. The record will so indicate. All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines? On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 164, the nays are 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 266 as amended by the House. I think members now have on your desk House Bill 268. House Bill 268 as amended by the Senate, and we will agree to, or substitute as amended by the Senate. I think everyone has that now, so I'm going to recognize Representative Persinger for a motion. Representative Persinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to HB 268.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 268 by Representative Persinger of the 119th to be entitled Act to Amend Chapter 2, Title 20, the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to elementary and secondary education so as to provide for the safety, health, and well-being of students and school communities.
Representative Persinger is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the hour's late, so I'll be brief and just go over the changes that were made. The Senate substitute incorporates SB 17, known as Ricky and Alyssa's Law, in its entirety that will require all public schools to implement a mobile panic alert system, much like the one used at Appalachia that we know saved countless lives and prevented a much larger tragedy. This will also require each school to procure digital mapping data to be shared with the state and local agencies that respond to emergencies at school systems. The amended 268 also requires GEMA and Homeland Security to establish a statewide alert system to report and monitor incidents of safety threats made against schools. It will also require schools to adopt threat assessment plans, providing a structured multidisciplinary process to identify, assess, and mitigate potential threats to schools, while supporting the safety and well-being of students and school personnel. The bill also creates a qualified student advocacy specialist position who's required to coordinate mental health services for students in crisis, and it also creates the grants to fund those positions. Colleagues, after what we witnessed at Appalachia, this House committed to championing legislation to bolster school security, mandate stronger communications between our schools, and provide critical mental health resources to our students. That's exactly what House Bill 268 will accomplish, and I ask for your favorable consideration of this bill.
The gentleman has a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
If he'll yield.
Yes, sir.
Representative Roberts to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
I'm all for all of these security measures. I just am curious on the, was it Alyssa's law, the mapping that is required to be implemented by, I think it was July of 2026. Is there funding in the budget for that, or the school systems? I have no idea what they cost. I just wonder if we're imposing an unfunded mandate on the schools with quick turnaround time.
I think most of the mapping is already required in the school safety plans we did, I believe, in 23.
Okay.
So it's just an addition to.
Okay. Thank you.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
I do.
Representative Bennett, to your left, is recognized for a question.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield?
I do.
You mentioned a mental health personnel. Is that per each school or for the school district? I couldn't find it in the bill.
So it was originally in our bill as a behavioral health coordinator, and that's going to be allocated based on population. I believe it's 18,000, up to 18,000 get one that we would fund through grants. 18,000 to 36,000 would have two, and over 36,000 students would get up to three that would be funded by the grants that we put in the budget. If they want to have more, they could have more. They just have to fund them themselves.
Per district?
Correct.
Thank you.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Barnes, to your left, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I will.
As far as the school safety devices, are they to be placed per classroom, like the alert system?
That is the alert system that we use here at the Capitol. So, same thing as the alert badges.
So are we trying to place those in each classroom? That's what I'm asking.
Wait, which alert system you speak? You talking about Alyssa's law or the one that GMA is responsible for?
I guess the GMA's law that we're going to implement and put in each classroom. Are we putting these alert systems in each classroom or just in the school?
No, that's information sharing to make sure that if there is a credible threat to a school system, that all agencies are involved in that communication. That was part of the lacking at Appalachia.
So the other system that you were explaining is an actual device?
Correct. The device in Alyssa's law is the panic alert badges like we have here.
Okay, and they will go to each teacher or something like that, or student?
Correct. Most systems are using that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have about 80%, maybe a little less than that, compliance.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Gentleman, yield for another question.
One more.
Representative Buckner, to your left, is recognized for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
I will.
There was a great deal of conversation after what happened in Winder and Appalachia School, and one of the things that they were talking about is that the student had only been there very briefly, and that the records from the previous school that may have given an indication of a potential problem had not arrived. So when it talks about procedures to meet the requirements in students' education records in a timely manner, is timely manner identified?
Within 5 days.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Gentleman, yield, or one more question? Is he?
One more.
Representative Sanchez is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I will.
So the G3 database was removed from this bill that we passed from the House, or?
The S3 database is removed, correct.
Okay. Further yield?
Yes.
But the bill still includes disciplinary records following students if they have a disciplinary record from school to school, correct?
Correct. That's currently in a student's record now and follows a student now, just not, there's not anything codified as to the time frame. So we're codifying that a student's record, which currently exists, must be transferred within 5 days.
Right. Thank you.
Speaker, I yield the will.
The gentleman has answered questions, presented the bill, and yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 268. All those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines? On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 154, the nays are 12, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 268, the School Safety Bill. Congratulations, Representative Persinger. Thank you, members. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 199?
Senate Bill 199 by Senator Watson of the 11th, be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to government transparency and campaign finance, so as to provide that the State Ethics Commission shall not accept or reject complaints made against candidates 60 days prior to an election. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs. That committee recommends this bill do pass.
Representative Chaz Cannon is recognized to present the bill. Representative Cannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, I have for you Senate Bill 199, which provides some much-needed uniformity in terms of our campaign finance disclosures. It also streamlines and simplifies some of our reporting requirements. I want to thank Mr. David Amati, who was in the gallery with us right now, our State Ethics Commissioner, Commission Executive Director, for his input on this legislation. This is a clean bill, no amendments. It passed the Senate without a single no vote. I think you'll like it as well. Let me tell you about some of the key provisions. Local filings now done with city and county election clerks will now be reverted back to the state starting January 1st, 2027. It makes the deadline 60 days prior to an election to submit complaints against a candidate for election, currently at 30. Changes campaign disclosure reports to quarterly every year and provides uniformity in both election years and non-election years. And those dates will be standard across the board. January 31st, April 30th, July 31st, and October 20th. It also changes reporting for PACs, political action committees, to those dates as well, so uniformity across reporting dates. It also requires PACs to have separate bank accounts, much like campaigns. It moves financial disclosures reports to be due on April 1st every year instead of different days in a non-election year. Again, clarifying the situation, making it more simple. It also requires our friends outside on the ropes to make their reports once a month, no later than the 5th day of the month, and also simplifies lobbyist registrations. One of the last things we'll talk about is also restricts elected officials and candidates for office home address from public view. So it does a good bit of things, makes things more uniform, standard across the board. Mr. Speaker, I'll stand for any questions.
You have a couple of questions. Representative Stacey Evans, to your left, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
I think there's definitely more good in this bill than bad, but I did have a question I wanted to ask you about on lines 572, I guess really starting on 571, where we are talking about financial statements. Say amen when you have it. Nobody got my joke. What? Yeah, no. I just are you there? I didn't want to start.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Greater than 1,000, but not more than 2,500.
Well, it's that whole section, starting on line 571 through 581, where we're having this part of the bill, it appears to me, sets out the requirements for, and it may just be the statewide candidates for their financial statements. My question is, we've got a lot of compression at the beginning when you're setting out, when candidates are setting out their income or what they might hold in something, not more than 1,000. Then we've got between 1,000 and 2,500, 2,500 and 5,000, 5,000 and 15,000, really tiny, relatively tiny ranges, but then we are like 500,000 to $1 million, $1 million to $5 million, then greater than $5 million. So I'm having a hard time understanding why there's more interest in knowing whether a candidate owns, between 1,000 and 15,000, but not knowing whether it was 5 million, 10 million, 100 million, 200 million, 500 million. We're just letting that go as high as the sky can go. And I was wondering if that was discussed and what perhaps was the logic there.
I can't speak to that exactly. I just know that it was creating ranges for personal financial disclosure statements on a source of income instead of exact amounts. That's all I can give you in terms of the reasoning behind that.
Perhaps that's something that could be looked at, because I think from a transparency standpoint, there's not a lot to be gained between the range of, to me, 1,000 to 15,000, maybe even 50. But there's a lot to know between 5 million and 500 million, and we're leaving that to chance. Would you yield for one more?
I will.
I understand the logic of not having the Ethics Commission accept or decline a complaint during the 60 days before an election. I actually thought that was the law already. But what happens to those? Because there very well may be some wrongdoing that needs to be brought to someone's attention. And will those just sit? Or do they have to be filed again after the election's over?
I will find out, but the intent with that is not to have a surprise, somebody lodge a complaint against you that close to an election timeline. I think it backs that timeline up so you can have more time between those dates and the election, but I will find out and get back to you.
Could you tell me, though, well, not the logic in that. I'm wondering what happens to the complaints. The commission's not going to accept them or reject them.
I see the motioning from the executive director saying it's going to go back to after the election.
So you would have to refile it after the election?
That's correct.
No, you don't. You don't have to refile.
You don't have to file it, but you could.
They roll over. So they're still heard, but after the election.
Understood. And I guess if you would yield a little bit further, have a little discussion here.
One more question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand, and it's great logic not to give a campaign fodder to say a complaint's been filed or the Ethics Commission is considering this complaint, and that goes on a mailer within 60 days of the campaign. But are we actually taking that away? Because if they file it and it's not accepted or rejected, it seems like it would still be accurate for the complaining candidate within those 60 days to say ethics complaint has been filed against XYZ. Would that be accurate if the candidate said that?
I'm not sure I can speak to that. I think we're just trying to basically make some uniformity and some simplicity to the timeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May not comply with state law, but I bet you it'll be said by somebody. Representative Burchett. Whip Burchett is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield to the whip.
Did I understand you to say that this is going to simplify our filing so that even in election years and non-election years, we're filing quarterly? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we don't have this 3 days provision like we've got right now?
It alternates between 7 and 15 days on non-election years. It makes it standard April 1st, I believe.
Thank you.
You want another question?
Mr. Speaker, and then the voice of Deputy Whip, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the will.
Gentleman's yielded the will. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 199, the yeas are 167, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed.
Yep.
Members, in your folder, your agree-disagree folder, we have Senate substitute to House Bill 288. So that's what we're going to take up next. Representative Gaines is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 288.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 288 to be entitled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 6 of Title 5, Chapter 4 of Title 9, Article 1 of Chapter 18 and Title 15, and Chapter 16 to Title 17 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to appellate practice.
Representative Houston Gaines is recognized to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 288, in terms of the 288 did not change in the Senate. It was combined with House Bill 246, which was a bill that passed unanimously out of House Committee here in the chamber. These are both pro-law enforcement bills that will help. 288 is to ensure that if a district attorney accuses a law enforcement officer of credibility issues, they have the opportunity to clear their name. And this morning, the Senate passed this bill unanimously. Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to answer a question if there is one.
To your right, Representative Jason Ridley is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my friend yield?
I think so.
On the end of line 218 and 219, could you explain to me what a gigolo list is and why I'm not on it?
It's a Giglio list.
Oh, Giglio, okay. Thank you. I just want to clear that up.
A big difference between, I hope you're not on that other list, but Mr. Speaker, on that one, I'll yield the will.
Sometimes I'm sorry I recognize people for questions. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 288, all those in favor will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, Ms. Clerk, will you lock the machines? On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 152, the nays are 14. This House agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 288. Back on the rules calendar, Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption of Senate Bill 201?
Senate Bill 201 by Senator Walker, the 20th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 10.1.393 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to unfair, deceptive practices in consumer transactions, unlawful examples. This bill having referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The lady from Lyons, Representative Hagan, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, typically after a natural disaster, we tend to see the best in people, but sadly on some occasions, we do see the worst in people. Most recently, after Hurricane Helene, we saw scammers in the form of storm-chasing repair contractors who suddenly appear to make home repairs. These, and I'm sure you've seen them in other instances of natural disasters around the state. They show up and claim to be ready to make repairs. However, they often are preying on our senior citizens and potentially others of us who are not particularly well versed in contractual language. So many people who are in a time of intense stress because of the natural disaster sign contracts for home repairs more quickly than they would have otherwise, without fully understanding what they're signing. So this bill would do two things to address this. First, it amends the Georgia Fair Business Practices Act to provide greater protection for homeowners in the 12 months following a natural disaster to make sure that contracted work is performed in a timely and professional manner. And the second thing that this bill does is prohibit the assignment of insurance proceeds to contractors for a period of 1 year following the natural disaster. So what it does is it gives homeowners who are in a time of intense stress the ability to cancel their contract if the contractor does not perform as they should. It only applies within the 12 months after a natural disaster in a county that was included in a state of emergency proclamation by the governor. And right now, this includes every county in the state because we have had these natural disaster state of emergency proclamations statewide for winter storms, hurricanes within the past 12 months. So although it was a concern immediately following the hurricane, and this bill did come out of those concerns, it is written in such a way that it would apply to any county who has, within the last 12 months, been declared a state of emergency due to a natural disaster. Mr. Speaker, that is the bill, and I'd be happy to take some questions if there are any.
Lady has no questions.
Thank you. I ask for your favorable consideration.
Ladies yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? For what purpose does Chairman Deloach rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State that inquiry.
Since our friend from Toombs mentioned that this bill was particularly beneficial to old people, should I ask to be excused from this vote?
You would be if you were old, but you're not old. But the next guy that mashes button, Chairman Hitchens, may fit that bill, but you don't. So I think you're clear to vote. Have all members now voted? Young as you feel, right, Mr. Chairman? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of Senate Bill 201, the yeas are 163, the nays 1. The bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 130.
Senate Bill 130 by Senator Hodges III to be entitled an act to amend Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to health so as to expand medical education funding and the Service Cancelable Loan Program. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Townsend is recognized to present the bill. Representative Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 130 increases health care providers. That's the goal. Increases the number of institutions offering residency and fellowship programs within the state. Adds final year residents and fellows to the Georgia Board of Healthcare Workforce Cancellation Loan Program. This should increase rural health care providers in the area, attract more fellows and fellows down in residents in that area. Helps keep final year residents and fellows in Georgia, especially underserved communities. This usually requires healthcare providers to commit to working in the underserved areas to at least 5 years to help repay the loan debt. This applies to, of course, PAs, physicians, dentists, and advanced RNs. Mr. Speaker, that's the gist of the bill. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Representative Park Cannon to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
Yes.
I'm looking at lines 103 through 105 on page 5 of this measure.
Yes.
Was this provision already necessary for someone to be a citizen or a U.S. national, or is this new language?
From what I can tell, it's new language since it's underlined. That's based on what I've read, it's new language.
Okay, and further.
You said 103 to 105, correct?
Correct.
Yes, that should be new language.
Okay, so what's the legal reason, or what's the metric for making this be only available to citizens at this time?
I'd have to guess on that one. The best thing I could say was to kind of gear it toward the citizens of the United States of America at this time.
The gentleman has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Gentlemen, yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? For what purpose is Representative Rice rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that Senate Bill 130 strengthens Georgia healthcare systems by incentivizing medical professionals to remain in our state and serve in communities that need them most?
The lady knows what she speaks because that's one of the goals of this House. Have all members now voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 130, the yeas are 155, the nays are 7. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 99? Senate Bill 99.
Senate Bill 99 by Senator Robertson, the 29th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1613 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating definitions relative to crimes and offenses, so as to provide for a definition of a law enforcement officer. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Matt Reeves is recognized to present the bill. Representative Reeves.
Thank you, Speaker Burns and members of the House. I present to you Senate Bill 99, the Law Enforcement Partners Act, and although this has a Senate bill designation, this has House language. The House Committee on Public Safety worked on this this year twice, once with the House bill. When the Senate bill passed 49-1, I talked to the Senate sponsor, and he agreed to work on our House version that the Georgia Sheriff's Association and the House Public Safety Committee had made some revisions to. So we had a second hearing, and the committee passed it out on a bipartisan basis. Georgia is one of 2 states, Nebraska being the other one, that lacks a jurisdictional basis for the federal authorities to work with our state authorities in cases of disaster or upon state request with a joint task force. That was an inadvertent repeal 5 years ago. This bill would fix it, and I really appreciate the House members in public safety working so hard on this on a bipartisan basis to present this bill, which I request your favorable support of, and I yield for any questions, Mr. Speaker. If there are no questions, I yield the well.
You have a couple of questions. Representative Reese to your left in the back. Representative Teddy Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely. From my colleague from Columbus who I've talked about this with a lot.
So you're going to take my inquiry from me then, huh?
Absolutely.
Okay. I do want to thank you for bringing this bill. And isn't it true that this bill will allow our local sheriff officers to have the necessary federal tools that they need to help them do their jobs within their jurisdiction?
Absolutely. I appreciate you speaking to the local law enforcement around Columbus last year and this year, and I'm glad it's here on the floor.
Representative Neal to your left, way back here is to your, yes, is recognized. Representative Neal, recognized for a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, Representative Neal.
Is it not true that we strip this bill and put your bill into the House version, the better version, the preferred version, to make this a better bill?
Our House bill.
Yes.
Absolutely. And I appreciate your work on it in public safety and for speaking to federal authorities to get in better shape.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Lim is recognized for a question to your right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I do.
I had a question. Do federal law enforcement acting under the request of state or local law enforcement have the same immunities as the state law enforcement? The reason I ask is I'm concerned, as I'm sure you know, federal law enforcement are subject to Bivens, which are far narrower than Section 1983. And so if there's a differential in immunities, it's possible that federal law enforcement would act in a far less constrained manner than state law enforcement would in the exact same scenario. And I'm concerned that in that cases, either one would point to the other and either would avoid accountability or, perhaps even worse, the state would hide under the guise of the federal law enforcement.
That is a good question, Representative Lim, and we got some questions answered in committee. Number one, federal law enforcement, they are prohibited nationally from moonlighting and doing anything in the private sector like sometimes people do in Georgia. So when they come to work with the state law enforcement, they are doing it under a specific request. Think New Orleans on January the 1st when that terrible tragedy happened, that kind of thing. If it happened here, we'd want everybody hands on deck in law enforcement, whether it's a state or federal issue going on. And so the issue of immunity, if they're doing their federal work on federal matters, the federal law would apply, and the state work, if they're doing it upon state request, that would be governed by analysis that we have here in Georgia, I believe. Mr. Speaker, if there are no further questions, I yield the well.
You have questions, but it's your choice.
I yield the well.
You were persuaded. Gentlemen, has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 99, the yeas are 152, the nays are 11. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 298?
Senate Bill 298 by Senator Robertson of the 29th to be entitled an Act to amend Code Section 5634 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to judgments and rulings deemed directly appealable, procedures for review, judgments, orders, or decisions not subject to direct appeal. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Rob Leverett is recognized to speak to Senate Bill 298.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we're kind of working on a theme here during this portion of the rules calendar because just like the previous bill, this is sort of a House bill language coming back to us in the Senate bill. Senate Bill 298, at least the House or the Rules Committee substitute that I believe you have in front of you, was House Bill 531 in essence. It provides that a local government or any type of governmental entity that it's sued, if they receive an adverse ruling regarding sovereign immunity, they have a right of direct appeal to that ruling, but they've got to exercise the appeal only one time and within 30 days. During committee, legislative immunity and then legislative privilege has been added to that, and there's also a route for direct appeal on a ruling relating to that, whether it's a criminal or civil case, and there is no limitation because, of course, that can come up multiple times within litigation during the course of discovery. So that is basically the bill, Mr. Speaker. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer them.
The gentleman has a question. Representative Miller to your left, center aisle. Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any consideration to giving citizens the right to appeal an adverse ruling, direct appeal? In other words, if the trial court found that the municipality had some kind of immunity, that the citizen could direct appeal it?
My understanding is they're afforded a right of direct appeal already because that'd be a final order in the case.
Thank you.
So and this is the in the statute on direct appeals that are other than final orders.
So if it disposed of, just riddle me a second, if it disposed of one party to the suit, the municipality, but there were other parties who did not have the immunity, would the citizen be able to appeal even though the case was still going on?
And that I cannot answer to. If there's multiple parties, I'm not sure. They probably would have to get a certificate to appeal in that case.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
The gentleman has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask your favorable consideration of Senate Bill 298. Thank you, and I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? Hearing none, the committee's substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Hearing none, the Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine on the passage of Senate Bill 298? The yeas are 142. The nays are 23. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. If it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother me. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 241?
Senate Bill 241 by Senator Williams, the 25th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 18 to Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to funeral directors and establishments, embalmers, and crematories, so as to provide for the organic human reduction as means of disposing deceased human bodies. This bill having referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Powell is recognized to present Senate Bill 241. Chairman Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and ladies and gentlemen of the House. Tonight I bring you Senate Bill 241. This is a bill by a former member of the House and one of the few distinguished senators who is a long-term member of the Funeral Caucus. Now, a lot of people name different bills, and I thought the appropriate name for this might be the Buddy DeLoach Organic Farming Bill. You know, one of the great things about being on Reg Industries is that we hear about all of it, but funeral homes have had a lot of ways of disposing bodies, old-fashioned ways to bury them. And then you got cremation. Then a few years ago, I thought I'd about seen it all when they came up with this alkaline reduction about putting your carcass in a bucket of acid and all of that. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a new one, and it's called organic human reduction. And apparently this is the latest and the best on environmentally friendly disposal of human remains. I think you just basically, and I don't know, don't ask me the details of how you do it. I think they scratch a hole in the dirt and they put your carcass in it and cover it up so the cats can't drag it out. But what this bill does, ladies and gentlemen, it puts guardrails on this type of behavior, and it requires licensing and inspections. And this protects the families that choose to use this type of disposal. Now, it's almost dinner time, so I caution you, don't ask many questions because you might get some answers you don't want to hear before dinner. But if there's no questions, I'll sit down and yield the will.
Well, there's a question, and I'm a little bit concerned, but it's my job.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Donahue to your left is recognized for a question.
The gentleman yield?
I certainly do.
Is it not true if this bill passes, it will help your dirt turn into worm farm, and every worm farm will be productive?
Well, I have no idea that you're right, Your Honor, but I would say that once your body has been composted, then I would almost assure you can plant it in a tomato plant, and it might add a little bit more acidity to it.
Well, there's that one. Now, we have one more I'm going to allow before, because I want to have dinner, and I'm have to get over this for a few minutes. The caucus that knows a lot about this issue is represented by Representative Patty Stinson, and she's recognized at the Funeral Home Caucus. The lady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I certainly do, for the lovely lady.
So this question is really to help colleagues in the room that really don't quite understand our very important industry that really needs to be highlighted more in the state of Georgia. Is that not true, that the funeral industry does need to be highlighted more in the state of Georgia, right? And the funeral directing needs to be a part of the list of high career demands. Is that not true as well?
Absolutely, I agree with the lady.
And is it not further true that we do need to separate the license of funeral directors and embalmers in the state of Georgia? Is that not true as well?
I would not. If the lady so states, I agree with her.
But back to this bill, Senate Bill 241. Is it not true that this bill is only is optional for families that wants to have this type of service, this cremation service, and it put guardrails in place to protect the families as well as the environment?
You're absolutely right. For those families that choose to use this type of procedure, I think that maybe in another year we'll be burying them like the crows buried them out west. We'll be putting them on scaffolds and things like this, but it's just another way of disposing of the remains.
But isn't it not further true that depending on the funeral home that you use, you can probably get a really good deal by going this route as well, right? Is that not true?
Well, I'm not sure about that. They tell me that this is a pretty expensive way, but we know how environmentalists are. They'll pay a little bit more to get a little bit less.
But isn't it not further true that I have a deal for $3,900 that'll take care of everything? Is that not further true?
So, ma'am, so.
Thank you. Thank you. I will be supporting this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I would certainly encourage members to vote for Senator Williams' bill, and let's move on to some other subjects.
That's why you're a wise man. That's all I was waiting on, to get it cleared by the Funeral Home Caucus. The other one is not commenting, so we'll just move ahead. The gentleman's yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine on the passage of Senate Bill 241? The yeas are 157, the nays are 4. We buried this one. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Just Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to members? Stay with me a little bit longer. A little bit longer. Senate Bill 213. Mr. Clerk, will you read that caption?
Senate Bill 213 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others to be entitled Act to amend Part 2 of Article 15, Chapter 1, entitled 10, the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to Fair Business Practices Act of 1975, so as to ban commercial cheating services that target students and examinees seeking a professional license. This bill having referred to the Committee on Regulated Industries. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Chuck Martin is recognized to present Senate Bill 213.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In all my years down here at the Capitol, I've never been dying to present a bill as much as I have after following Chairman Powell. Yeah, that didn't work either. No, I do have a simple but important measure for you this afternoon. There are companies out there that are taking advantage of our professional people and our students, advertising that they'll have exams taken for you. This is in college, our technical schools, but primarily where it's most damaging is in the professions, where these companies advertise that somebody will take your professional licensing test. And what we're seeking to do today is add that practice with the new code section, and then have that code section alluded to in the Fair Business Practices Act, so that the Attorney General would be the person that can prosecute that. Our idea here is that these companies that are preying on students and our professionals in the state of Georgia, that then get a license because somebody else took the test and are at risk of losing that license if they're found out. So what our Senator Kirkpatrick has brought to us today, and what I bring to you in Senate Bill 213, is very simple. It holds those companies responsible for cheating, basically, to get a grade or a project done in school or a professional licensure test, and protect the people, the students, the professional licensees, and the public in the state of Georgia. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer any questions. The hour is late, and we'll move on.
You gentleman has no questions.
I yield the well. Ask for the favorable consideration of the House on Senate Bill 213.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 213, the yeas are 155, the nays are 7. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 191?
Senate Bill 191 by Senator Still of the 48th and others be titled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 34 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to employment security so as to revise certain notice provisions relating to benefits and appeals. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Industry and Labor. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Judd Howard is recognized to present Senate Bill 191. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring you to you today Senate Bill 191. It's got the same language as earlier bill I brought to you this year's House Bill 569, which passed this House unanimously. This bill is a Department of Labor bill that modernizes the department. Currently, anyone that goes and makes a claim for an unemployment claim has to wait through the U.S. mail for that decision to be reached to them. This allows that claimant, if they choose to opt in, they can provide their email at the time that they make that claim, and so they'll receive that notification of that decision much sooner. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll open to any questions or yield the well.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Minority report is waived. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Hearing none, the previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Hearing none, the report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? All members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the passage of Senate Bill 191, the yeas are 146, the nays are 16. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Members, we have a little more business to attend to, and then we're going to be out of here. For what purpose does Representative Ballinger rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that SB 8 be moved back to the Rules Committee.
Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption?
Senate Bill 8 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others to be titled an act to amend Title 15 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to courts so as to provide for arrest warrant requirements when juvenile courts are acting as a court of inquiry.
On the lady's motion that SB 8, Senate Bill 8, be recommitted to the Rules Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, is so ordered. For what purpose is Representative Cooper rise? Chair Lady Cooper.
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that we send back to the Rules Committee the substitute to Senate Bill 162.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Senate Bill 162 by Senator Huffstadler, the 52nd to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 34, Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to Georgia Composite Medical Board.
On the lady's motion that SB 162 be recommitted to the Rules Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, is so ordered. For what purpose is Representative Allen Powell rise?
To make a motion?
State your motion.
I move that this House recommit Senate Bill 204 back to the Rules Committee.
Mr. Clerk, would you read the caption?
Senate Bill 204 by Senator Jones, the 22nd to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 17770.1 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to trial upon accusations in certain felony and misdemeanor cases.
On the gentleman's motion that Senate Bill 204 be recommitted to the Rules Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, is so ordered. For what purposes Chairman Bonner rise? Hit your button, please.
To make a motion?
State your motion.
I move that Senate Bill 293 be recommitted to rules.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 293, please?
Senate Bill 293 by Senator Anderson of the 24th to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 40.285.1 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to license plates for certain veterans.
On the gentleman's motion that Senate Bill 293 be recommitted to the Rules Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, is so ordered. Okay, members, a little more procedural, very little, and then afternoon orders. Chair recognizes Representative Werkheiser, Chairman Werkheiser, for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 123.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption? 123. House Bill 123.
House Bill 123 by Representative Werkheiser of the 157th to be entitled an act to amend Title 17 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to criminal procedure so as to provide for pretrial proceedings in capital offense cases where the death penalty is sought when the accused has an intellectual disability.
Representative Werkheiser, Chairman Werkheiser, is recognized to explain the Senate substitute to House Bill 123. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate Judiciary made a couple of changes. I'm really fast. The defendant shall provide discovery at least 60 days because the pretrial motion was something new. So the defendant's got to give 60 days discovery, and then the prosecutor halfway through that period has to give 30 days of their discovery so that both sides have 30 days worth of discovery. There's a clarification code on a couple of links. And then since we took away the death penalty, we added life without the possibility of parole, and then changed the effective date to upon the signature of the governor. And that was it. And I appreciate all of y'all's support on this. And I'll stand for any questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, and I appreciate your support and for everything y'all have done. Thank you.
Gentlemen, yield to the will. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 123, all those in favor will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machines? Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machine? On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 150, the nays are 3, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 123. Congratulations, Chairman Workhouse. I know you worked hard on that one. For what purpose does Representative Anderson rise? You need to hit your button.
To make a motion?
State your motion.
I move that this House temporarily suspend the rules so a resolution can be read and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to the resolution?
Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Anderson of the 10th of creating a House Study Committee on Election Procedures.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a resolution can be read for the first time and assigned to committee. Is there objection? Rules. For what purpose does Representative Saines rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that the rules be temporarily suspended so that a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Saines of the 180th honoring the life of Mrs. Rachel Hodge and dedicating an intersection in her memory.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a resolution can be read for the first time and assigned to committee. Is there objection? Transportation. For what purpose does Representative Clark rise?
Motion.
State your motion.
I move that the rules be temporarily suspended so that a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Clark of the 100th and others to be entitled an act to authorize the governing authority of Hall County to levy an excise tax.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee. Is there objection? Intergovernmental coordination. For what purpose does Chairman Blackman rise? Mash your button.
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that resolution be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Blackman of the 146 creating a House Study Committee on reducing and prioritizing mandates for public school administration.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a resolution can be read for the first time and assigned to committee. Is there objection? Education. Okay, members, here's our posture. We have some afternoon orders. You're going to have about a minute, a little over. But there's 3 of our afternoon orders that we need to stand for. I'm going to call them first. I'm going to ask the members to stand and give the members in the well your attention. Members stand and give the members in the well your attention. Representative Al Williams, Representative Buddy DeLoach are recognized. And whom else would you like to have with you, Representative Williams?
Representative Hitchens, members of the Chatham delegation, these 2 colonels, Colonel Prince, Colonel Griffin, and any veterans.
Veterans, retired military.
Veterans, retired military. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with deep regret this morning, before the start of the session, I got a call from the garrison commander at Fort Stewart informing me that they had recovered the bodies of 3 of the 4 missing military people. The amazing part about it is they were in a 65-ton technical truck and fell into a peat bog, which they really literally covered the entire vehicle, could not be found. When it was found, special equipment had to be brought in. General Norrie also released a statement that certainly the hearts of all the members of the 3rd goes out to those. It is very doubtful that the 4th person will be found alive, but certainly all of our communities around Hinesville, Liberty County, and Savannah, and all of our veterans, along with you, we certainly extend our heartfelt condolences to the family, and we ask that we give a moment of silence for the loss of these heroes. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Amen. Thank you, Representative Williams. Members, if you'll continue standing, I just want to say our heartfelt condolences to those families, Representative Williams, but also to their fellow servicemen that have worked so diligently to recover those other servicemen there that have been lost. So our condolences to all concerned. Representative McClain, give the gentleman your attention in the well. Representative McClain.
Thank
and
you,
friends,
Mr. Speaker. If I can get the Gwinnett delegation with me too.
Gwinnett delegation.
Yes, because last Thursday was, it took a lot of us. Last Thursday, I got home in the district, and it's kind of like, this is a half a mile from my house. I tell y'all earlier, I had what you call a 6,000 square foot district. That is a picture of Indy Bullock, the young 5-year-old that was missing on Thursday, and they found him Friday. And I'd like to thank the community, the teachers, Hall County, the Gwinnett Police, County Sheriff. Everybody just got all together trying to find this young man, and it's heartening because you think he's nonverbal, he was autistic, and they found him the day after on that Friday. So if we can just give a moment of silence for the family, because again, it's young people like that, that means a lot. So if you can just give us a moment of silence, I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the will.
Thank you, Representative. It's hard to lose a child. Our condolences go to that family. Chairman Crow and Representative McDonald are recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, as you may remember, on Friday I came and spoke to you about the 5-year-old daughter of Sergeant Royce Zah Navy, who was in the hospital battling an illness and sepsis. Unfortunately, shortly after we left that afternoon, Friday evening, she passed away. And so I just come to ask you to continue to keep Sergeant Royce Zah and his family in your thoughts and in your prayers, and to say an extra prayer for 5-year-old Navy. And if you would observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, colleagues. You may be seated. Another tragic situation. Our condolences go out to the family. Representative Lim is recognized for an afternoon order. Representative Lim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I timed this to a minute. So I wanted to recognize the Title I parent centers in the 10 schools of the Meadow Creek cluster in my district, the staff at whom I've honored with House Resolution 534. Between this year and last, you've seen me welcome students from actually the majority of these schools here for morning orders. So if it's not clear, I love my schools, but I particularly wanted to single out the parent instructional coordinators and liaisons. They are the glue of our communities and schools approach in a cluster that represents the plurality of Title I schools in the Gwinnett County Public School systems. I just wanted to read out their names: Johan Timuron, Sandy Rivas, Lucy Torp, Kenny Venegas, Amanda Scott, Diana Rubio, Kyla Ramsey, Ivan Cerda, Michael Doyne, Yvonne Kroll, Judy Ruiz, Natalie Benavides, Martha Alanis, Anna Price, Maria Fernandez, Muriel Narinda, Judy Pena Perez, and Marisol Roselle. I'm so grateful to you all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Representative Jackson just informed me that if y'all remember one of our colleagues, Representative Craig Gordon, keep that family in your prayers. Craig just lost his dad. So thank you, Representative Jackson. Prayers for that family, condolences. Craig, good man, did a fine job of representing Savannah and Chatham County. Chairman Jaspers recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have in my hands a very important document, if you're interested, where we spend hundreds of millions of dollars on freight logistics spending. It's a very detailed report. It's the result of House Bill 617 that we passed last year that adds transparency to how we spend dollars in freight logistics. My fine intern Noah Rainwater over there has these for you if you're interested in one of these. I didn't give everybody one. But also Noah has this antique thing called a map. And, we thought that was pretty, we got some from Josh Waller at GDOT the other day, and we thought we'd have Noah pass those out. Also, transportation, we meet tomorrow at 1 in 506. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is that your announcement as well? Transportation at 1 tomorrow. Yes. Nothing like getting it all done at once. Representative Seabaugh. Representative Devin Seabaugh is recognized for an afternoon order. Representative Willis, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of this esteemed body, I rise today to recognize a true treasure in the heart of my district, a crown jewel of Georgia's cultural landscape, the Earl and Rachel Smith Strand Theater in Marietta, as it celebrates its 90th birthday. Since opening its doors in 1935, the Strand has stood as a place where generations of Georgians have laughed, cried, and gathered for music, film, and storytelling. It survived the Great Depression, stood through decades of change, and thanks to a passionate community effort, was brought back to life with a stunning renovation in 2009. Today, it's not just a theater, it's a symbol of what happens when a community rallies around the arts, a symbol of preservation, of pride, and of purpose. Whether it's a local high school production, a classic movie night, or a sold-out concert, the Strand brings people to the Marietta Square, fills restaurants, supports small businesses, and reminds us why the arts matter. Please join me in honoring the Earl and Rachel Smith Strand Theater for its 90 years of cultural excellence and in recognizing all those who have worked so hard to keep the lights on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
Community treasure. Hope it lasts for another 90 or so years. Representative Willis, recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on the last day of Women's History Month to honor Mayor Emeritus of Atlanta, Shirley Clark Franklin. Scripture states that with humility comes wisdom. She is known for being bold, authentic, intellectual, brave, and compassionate, and that she is. She was elected in 2001 as the first female mayor of Atlanta and the first Black woman to lead a major city in the South. She was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, surrounded by civil activism, and at an early age, her father was a judge. her mother an educator, both of whom influenced her trajectory of becoming a staple in American politics. She's a second-generation Howard University graduate, an avid arts lover, and she married David Franklin. He was an esteemed entertainment attorney and political strategist. Fun fact, they met while she was a student at Howard. He was in law school. He said he wanted to represent musicians. She said, please come meet my classmates, Donny Hathaway and Roberta Flack, who became his first clients. Last week, Mayor Franklin was honored with the street 3 blocks from here in a park named in her honor, and she deserves it. You should know that she despises praise and accolades, so this was no small feat. She sent me a message thanking me for being there and speaking on her special day. I said, for you? Are you kidding? I'd run a marathon barefoot to show up for you. Thank you for being a safe space in my childhood. Thank you for being an inspiration to women in leadership. Thank you for being exactly who you say you are all the time. And in the spirit of being the music lover she is, I leave you with this Donny Hathaway quote. Soul is about authenticity and feeling, and I want to give people the real thing. Thank you, Shirley Franklin, for giving Atlanta, Georgia, the real thing. We acknowledge you today as a dynamic and courageous leader. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to former Mayor Franklin on the nice honor of having those spaces named in her honor. Representative Alexander. Representative Kim Alexander recognized for an afternoon order. Give the lady your attention, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to speak on behalf of our friend and fellow member, Representative Sylvia Wafer Baker of District 64, Douglas County, sit right back there. Representative Baker was recently involved in a car accident just outside the Capitol where she was rear-ended by a MARTA bus. She is suffering with a lot of pain. However, she's doing her best to keep up with her legislative work. She's currently under doctor's order to rest and recover. Rep. Baker asked me to thank all of you for your kindness and to let you know that while she won't be returning for the remainder of the session, right now she is focused on healing and continuing to serve in every way she can from afar. Please keep Representative Baker in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
Thank you for reminding us. Our colleague is certainly not doing well, so let's keep her in our thoughts and our prayers and let her know we miss her. If you're watching, we do miss you, and we hope you'll be back soon, but if not, we'll see you down the road a little bit further. That completes our afternoon orders. Mr. Clerk, are you ready? I think we have some privileged resolutions, so will you read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions? Mr. Clerk.
Honoring the life and memory of Clarence Ed Barker. Honoring and commending the life, leadership, and legacy of Wyatt Thomas Johnson, Jr. Commending Hope Atlanta on 125 years of service to Metro Atlanta. Recognizing Speak Life Cancer Care Ministry. Commending Aretha Sharice Hopkins. Recognizing, commending Michaela Arcia. Recognizing, commending Pamela Brown. Congratulating the Georgia Pharmacy Association upon its 150th anniversary. Recognizing, commending Ralph Evans upon his induction into the Georgia Agricultural Hall of Fame. Honoring the life, work, and contributions of Nina Packer. Recognizing, commending Joyce Carter Stevens. Recognizing, commending Andre Anthony Cross Jr., recognizing, commending A.J. Calloway, honoring Michelle Taylor Willis, honoring the life and work and contributions of Attorney Gerald A. Griggs, honoring the life, work, and contributions of Patrick Mohammed. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? Hearing none, the resolutions are adopted. We do have some announcements, but first, I'm going to encourage you all, when you go to bed tonight, before you go to bed, to call Representative Montahan, because he had a birthday today. Today is his birthday, so call him and roust him up in case he's going to bed early or anything. I don't see him back there. So happy birthday to Representative Martin Montahan today. So I know Representative Gullett, you can call him late and wake him up. Representative Martin Montahan. We have some announcements. Chairman Hawkins is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Health will meet tomorrow at 1:30 in CAP 403.
Representative Gabe Okoye is recognized for an announcement. Then Representative Gamble, you will be next. Representative Okoye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to remind those of you that have signed up for the Nigerian trip, you will be getting an email soon giving you more details about the trip. And also those of you who haven't signed up, if you want to sign up, just give me your email address and your phone number and you'll be signed up. The date remains July 18th through the 29th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gamble, recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Speaker. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. in Capitol 132, the fellowship will meet for the final time of the year. If you hadn't made it yet, you need to be there. This is your last opportunity for the 2025 session. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Chokas, recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Small Business Development Committee will be meeting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., 5:06, and we'll be looking at organized retail theft. Get an update on that. 5:06 tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., Small Business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Todd Jones, recognized for an announcement.
Good afternoon. TII will have a meeting tomorrow in CLOB 406. We will be taking up a drone bill. It'll be a lot of fun. Thank you.
Chairman Dickey. Wait a minute. Excuse me, Chairman Dickey.
My apologies. 11 a.m.
11 a.m. Chairman Dickey, recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Agriculture Consumer Affairs will have their final meeting tomorrow at 9, and CLOB will be hearing the bill. Thank you.
Chairman Gunther, recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Judiciary Committee will meet tomorrow at 2:30 and 1:32. We have a few bills that are hearing only.
That completes our announcements. But I'll just make sure that everyone remembers that tomorrow is a committee work day. So if you see some of your colleagues that had business a little bit early this afternoon and left us before they heard all those announcements, we need to be in our committee meetings. So I encourage you all to finish out committee work day on Tuesday. What's the day? I'm lost. What's the day? Today's Monday. Tomorrow's Tuesday. Yes. Tomorrow is Tuesday. It's a committee work day, so I encourage all of our members to attend their committee meetings. You ready, Mr. Majority Leader? Majority Leader is recognized for a motion.
May not be the motion I want to make, but I'm ready, Mr. Speaker.
Getting closer, though.
Mr. Speaker, move that this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. On the motion of the Majority Leader, this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, April, wow, is that right, the 2nd? Wow, time flies, 2025. Before I say this last part, I want to thank you, all of you members, for being here and your attention today, tending to the people's business. A good day in the House. Thank y'all. All those in favor of the Majority Leader's motion will say aye. All those opposed, no. Some of us are going home. The ayes have it. Great day, y'all. Thank you for your work.